08024504262. 08024504262. 08024504262.
So trading brings plenty money.
It brings plenty money if you know, although there's a clause, if you know what to do.
Yeah.
You get the points now. You know, the same way it brings plenty money, it takes plenty of money.
Okay,
I
so
must be sincere with you.
So profit is and loss.
Profit and loss.
But if you know how to navigate the financial market,
you make a whole lot of profit. Okay. As I tell people, there's no job you can give to me today that will make me leave trading and work for anybody.
Wow.
Because I have to wait for the end of the month for you to pay me the salary when they pay me, whereby I can actually make more than that money in less than 2, 3, 4 days a week.
Okay.
That's my point. So I don't see any job that pays better than trading. So it's a skill that everyone should learn.
Okay, so it is key for me to emphasize on those important information you're giving to us.
Okay.
You're telling people that the money they're making from salary,
yes,
they can actually get it from trading for 3, 4, 5 days. Is it possible?
It's possible. Okay, if you know what to do,
okay,
if you follow the rules, if you play by the rules,
okay,
if you follow the professional's guideline, why not if not?
So I have a professional in the house this morning. I have Trade Profit International this morning. I'd like to follow your guideline. What do I need to do, okay, to profit in the financial market, and play the forex market this morning?
Okay, now Trade Profit International is a trading company in Port Harcourt that is into training, and we are into trading. You see, we train people on how to trade, on how to navigate the financial market. We train you on the do's and don'ts on the financial market. We train you on what you ought to do, what you ought to have, and what you ought to know to navigate the market, so that while other persons are crying, oh, I'm losing money on trading, you are actually maximizing more profits on trading. That is what Trade Profit International is all about, and we are into the financial market. You know, the financial market, we're talking about the forex, we have commodities, we have the stock exchange,
okay,
we have the recent one that the federal government is actually against with the crypto trading. It's all massive and all encompassing, and we tell you what to do to earn in dollars. If you look at the current situation of Nigeria today, you will understand that if you are earning from just one particular stream of income, it is not enough. Look at the price of fuel, it has gone up. School fees is increasing by the day. The price of food stuff, I just got to know yesterday that a bag of gari that used to be about just 30-something thousand naira is now 135,000 naira.
Yeah.
A rubber of gari that we used to buy for 500 naira is now about 3,500, and it's going up.
Okay.
So if you have the same stream of income, if you have the same way of making money, your income is not increasing and your expenditure is regularly increasing, how do you cope if you don't earn, number one, from maybe a superior currency, which is in dollars, and if you don't have other means of making money? Okay. You see, many a times we talk about the rich, Dangote is rich, or the dollar is rich. Those people you're talking about, they have multiple streams of income, and they will not come and tell you what they're doing, because they don't want you to be as rich as them, because the moment everybody becomes rich, the rich loses their relevance.
Okay.
So that's why TPI is here to ensure that you know the advantage of trading, and we have so many offers for you that will make you profit regularly on trading. You see, well, I tell people that the reason why some persons lose money on trading most of the times is not because trading itself is unreal. It's because people just go in with the mindset of getting rich all of a sudden. I get my points now. So as TPI will let you know what is obtainable. Our phone line is 080-2450-4262. 080-2450-4262. 080-2450-4262. 080-2450-4262. We're not telling you that overnight you can become a billionaire, but we can tell you that on a weekly basis that you go home with something. And I think consistency is the key, okay, to maximizing profit on trading.
So what do I need to do right now? As I'm listening to you this morning, what do I need to do right now?
All right, it's very simple. If you're interested in learning, if you're interested in trading, if you're interested in understanding how this thing works, very simple. Reach out to us as Trade Profit International through our phone numbers 080-2450-4262. Okay. 080-2450-4262, and our office address is at 146 Eneka Road, Port Harcourt. 146 Eneka Road, Port Harcourt.
Okay, all right. So for the last time, before you go this morning, you are telling Nigerians that there's another means of making extra income. No matter the job you do, you can make extra money.
Definitely.
And how do you do that? You're insisting you gotta make a foreign currency, earning in foreign currency from the forex market.
From trading market.
Would you like to quickly summarize and then give us the numbers to call and your office address at Trade Profit International this morning?
Okay, with Trade Profit International, finally, thank you for that. With Trade Profit International, you will not have to think about the money to run your weekly expenses. Now, we're not, like I said, if you're looking for a place where you keep your 300,000 naira and it becomes 3 million naira in less than 7 days, please don't come to Trade Profit International. We don't do magic.
Okay.
If you're looking for where to trade with your 10 million naira and it becomes 100 million naira in 3 days, please don't come to Trade Profit International. We won't lie to you. It's not feasible.
Okay.
It's not as if it's not possible, but it's not feasible. I guess my point. Now, we say the truth. It's a platform built on integrity. We don't cajole people on what is going to get.
Okay.
So, but with Trade Profit International, on a weekly basis, if you follow the guidelines, if you follow what we tell you, there is no how you won't get a profit on a weekly basis to run your daily affairs. And our office is at 146 Eneka Road. Our phone line is 08024504262. 08024504262.
I'd like you to go over the number again for the last time.
Okay, 08024504262.
All right.
08024504262.
Okay, your final message to people who are listening to Trade Profit International this morning.
Okay, my final message is that the best time to come into the trading, circle is now. Because right now, every other thing is failing aside the financial market. What do I mean? When it comes to trading, you don't incur regular expenses like you incur in your normal day-to-day businesses.
Okay.
It's just there. All you need is a data, a good phone, and then you can maximize it. So the right time to come into trading is now. And one of the best platforms, I can't say we are the best, but I can say one of the best platforms based on our record to trade with is Trade Profit International. And just call us on 08024504262.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Trade Profit International, this morning for finding time to come to the studio. Okay.
Thank you very much.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
See, ma tell you, that man a ritualist. You don't ever see as that man dressed like normal human being before. Every time na black, blue. That man a ritualist.
Just leave them. Now so those people will come from that place. Now so them behave.
You see this our neighbor. You see that fair guy where they always they carry laptop up and down. If you observe, you know they go work in the morning, but every time he go they change car. But I don't they observe and since.
I know they there.
Now what for you?
But me I know say, people where they come from that area. Now so all of them they behave. You know get everything anybody fit tell me. Now him do am.
What is it with all the hate and the way we talk? Hate speech does no one any good. It only makes a bad situation worse. The aim is to stir more hate and anger rather than bring us together. All they want is to set you against your neighbor or even your brother. Will you let them? Hate speech is not just criminal, it is intended to destroy you. Shun hate speech. No one truly benefits. A message from Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Waiting they happen. Now for today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, bomb quem. Now here you go here, waiting they happen for Niger and Obodo the world. Now that time where we they bring you Ogbonga to them, where go shock you. You go wonder say a person do like this. Now so we they bring them can give you acid the hot.
Now where would they find way to sweep this country? Don't run. Because they are blood in the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take them. Let's see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go punket for them. Now me go be get man at that time for airport.
Waiting they happen. Make you know Miss Mazi Ike God Ike Machuku and MC Kuro for waiting they happen. You go enjoy yourself. Not forget to say woman they chop our recharge card woto. I don't tell you say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy waiting they happen. Waiting they happen. Make you know miss them at all.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
Okay, so it's very necessary that we pay these bills. Very, very important, so we can continue to serve you. Thank you for staying with us. The newspaper review segment, today's quest, Today 95.1 FM. 13 minutes now past the hour of 8. Kelly Kemejma is my name. So, I took you through some of the things I could share with you from social media, yes? Platforms to reach out to us, we're looking forward to them. Those messages and calls. So when the phone lines are open, 0817 00951, 0810 9510951. Again, 0817 00951 and 0810 9510951. And then for your messages, you want to do a traditional SMS portal message or you want to do a WhatsApp message, 0701 9339 962. Again, 0701 9339 962. On socials, you find posts for opinion poll. All right, posts for opinion poll on socials there, Facebook and X. On X, just for opinion poll, Today FM 951, Today FM 951. Whereas on Facebook, opinion poll and the general post, Today 951 FM, Today 951 FM. All right, so the stories from the prints this morning, not a lot of stories, but very vital stories. Daily Post is where I like to begin from. Rivers crisis appeal was authorized. PDP legal advisor counters party leadership. The legal advisor of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Rivers State, Barrister Kingsley Chukwu, is claiming that a controversial appeal filed at the Port Harcourt Division of the Appeal Court with respect to suit number PHC 2177CS 2024 was authorized by the state chapter of the PDP. Daily Post recalls that the national leadership of the party had disowned an appeal challenging the order of the Rivers State High Court, which restrained the state's chief judge and clerk of the State House of Assembly from receiving or acting on any resolutions from the Martin Ameule-led faction of the Assembly. In a statement issued on Sunday by the National Publicity Secretary of the party, Degbo Logunagba, PDP said no individual or organ in the party has the competence to file or engage external solicitors to file or handle cases on behalf of the party. But reacting, Chukwu in a statement on Tuesday claims that the appeal was authorized by the state chapter of the party. I reiterate that the Rivers State chapter of the party authorized the filing of the appeal. The lawyer cited a judgment of a federal high court in Abuja, which, according to him, authorized state legal advisors of the PDP to appoint legal representation for the party in relation to the activities of the party at the state level. Okay, Daily Trust is our next stop. I'll soon unveil second-class emirs. Governor Yusuf, you listened to him during the signing of the revised, reviewed or revised, anyway, what's the word now? I'm saying what's the word? Revised, reviewed. Revised, yeah? The revised emirship law, okay? And has already announced some replacements for some of those districts. So let me roll this story over. Look at other stories this morning. Lost revenue. Tinubu directs heads of security forces to crack down on oil thieves. You listen to that exchange. Mele Kyari paying a visit to the defense headquarters. Also, there was the Inspector General of Police and the Chief of Defense Staff. You listen to Mele Kyari, you listen to the Inspector General of Police, as well as the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa. All of them, that's what this story is about. The President, Bola Tinubu, has directed all the heads of security forces and intelligence agencies to go after those stealing crude oil in the Niger Delta region. This detail today must be very serious. So
The meeting held at the Defense Headquarters Abuja and it was led by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa. It also had in attendance Inspector General of Police, Kayode Gbetekun, reps of the Nigerian Customs Service, NIMASA, Nigerian Ports Authority, Defense Intelligence Agency, National Intelligence Agency, Department of State Services, among others, were also present for that meeting. So let's roll this story over. We have the crux of it already. The links are available there on Facebook, so you find it interesting. You can pick it up and read for yourself. The cable. So we have visa now. We have rights to go get visa now to go to Dubai. Well, the papers yesterday flooded us with the requirements to get that visa. $10,000 bank balance, $640,000 application fee, conditions for Nigerians to obtain UAE visa. Trending story yesterday. 3-year dispute between the United Arab Emirates, UAE, and Nigeria has been resolved, but not without some caveats, as usual. You recall on Monday, Mohammed Idris, Minister of Information and National Orientation, announced that the UAE and Nigeria had reached an agreement for the resumption of travel for citizens beginning July 15. Idris had said the resolution was reached following successful talks and extensive mutually beneficial negotiations. However, the minister says the new deal includes updated controls and conditions to facilitate obtaining a UAE visa. One of the new requirements is obtaining a document verification number. According to the DV Hub, the process is a specialized service designed to authenticate and verify documentation essential for visa applications to the UAE. The DVN costs a non-refundable 640,000 naira. So by the time you convert that to dollars, that's about $300, thereabout, more than $300. Last exchange rate is about 1,500. 450 will be $300. $4 will be about $400 will be about 600,000. So within 700,000, $700. That's what it will cost you. Non-refundable 640,000 naira, excluding VAT, for each application. It does not include a visa fee, which must be paid by credit card at the UAE Visa Center in Abuja, Nigeria's capital city. For Nigerians residing abroad, the visa fees can be paid at the nearest UAE Visa Center. Your issued document verification number will be valid for 14 days from issuance. And once your visa application has been processed by the Visa Application Department, whichever of these come first, the DV Hub revealed. Interested travelers are expected to receive their DVN within 5 business days once payment has been successfully processed. In addition to obtaining a UAE visa, Nigerians are required to provide proof of a 6-month bank statement with a minimum balance of $10,000. How much is $10,000 today? A minimum balance of $10,000. 6 months. It must that money must be there for 6 months untouched. $10,000. Applicants are also mandated to show round-trip flight tickets and proof of hotel booking. Okay, so we asked a question there. I know that Japa is not cheap, but even though Japa is not cheap, is this negotiation, this agreement, the one that shows that your interest has been protected or covered? Has the FD done well with the conditions list for visa to the UAE? I asked a question on Facebook and X. We'd like to take your reactions. That's for opinion poll this morning. So let's proceed. Look at another story. Punch newspaper is our next stop. Ignore pro-wiki lawmakers on state expenditure. Factional lawmakers tell Fubara. Ignore pro-wiki lawmakers on state expenditure. Factional lawmakers tell Fubara. You listen to Victor Okojumbo this morning, so let's roll this story over to state assemblies filled with governors loyalists. Minister laments. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has expressed concerns about the composition of state houses of assembly across the federation. According to him, the state houses of assembly are filled with passive loyalists who neglect their duty of providing checks and balances on the executive arm of government. Tuga's comment comes as many in the country are celebrating the Supreme Court's judgment granting autonomy to local government. Declaring a paper titled Pathways to Peace, Security and Stability in the Sahel, What Role for Nigeria? At the Nigeria Intelligence Agency headquarters in Abuja on Tuesday, Tuga states that a system has been put in place to promote loyal local government chairmen to the State House of Assembly, ensuring they wouldn't challenge the governor's actions. Put it this way, many states don't even bother with elections. The governors simply appoint loyalists as LG sole administrators. A system has been perfected through which a loyal LGA chairman is promoted to the State House of Assembly, where he would not dare challenge the perspective of the governor. In reality, state houses of assemblies are packed with passive loyalists that fail in their duty of providing checks and balances on the executive arm. They also fail in looking out for the interest of their local government areas. Tuga noted that after the autonomy granted to LGAs, routine elections must be conducted. He also added that it will prevent anyone selected by the governors from controlling the LG funds. Really, the other half is to find a way to establish routine elections at the LGA level so that LG funds are administered by elected officials, chairmen and ward councillors instead of those handpicked by governors. The governor's party sweeps all the LG elections except in a few symbolic instances, leaving little room for inter-party competition for development projects that ultimately benefits the people. Competition makes everyone to sit up for fear of underperforming and losing the next election. Is this guy Nigerian? Well, on the actual issue which was invited for, he said something would happen and so on and so forth. All right, the link is available. Those are the stories for review today, and we'll go straight and begin our conversation this morning. So I'll begin by introducing panelists for today, and then we'll begin in no particular order. Chief Loveday Okere, JP2X, that's JP P square, JP square. I keep struggling with this thing, JP square. I used to try mathematics, but these days, when you do plenty talking. He has not even come. That's if he's even coming today. He's a chief political analyst, community leader, voice of a Chain Nation living in River State. Hello, Chief. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good morning. Good morning, Chief Ima.
Good morning, Chief Okere. You work for me, didn't you?
He's your colleague in the age grade now. So maybe when he comes.
The elders, eh?
Yes.
And Engineer Dekai Richard Kadam, MNSC current 2019 governorship candidate, publicity secretary, simplified governorship candidate. G1. There's G1 now.
It's all right. You know, G is the
G1 now.
Jesus Christ.
Kelly, good morning. Good morning, the good people, the excellent people of River State, and not the enemies of River State. Good morning, the good house, fellow panelists.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
What's G1?
Kelly, you are aware that we are thriving on G's now. So if I don't have that title, I wouldn't be part of what's going on in the state and the country.
Wow.
We have Gochiyan G60 in the House of Reps. We have a recent Chief Tonokocha G23. And I am, from 4 days ago, to be known and addressed as G1.
You refuse to inform me to align myself.
Chief Okere,
yesterday I was saying I was going to start G49.
You refuse to inform me so that I would have aligned myself.
Chief Okere, I don't know. That is who I am. So, Kelly, from today, G1.
Okay. No problem.
Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, in-house analyst. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria. Good morning. I do not understand. I don't have any G at all.
Okay, my goodness. That G49 thing is a joke. I don't have the strength for any G wala. Please.
Allow those who have wala to bear it.
Okay. Oh.
Yes, that's a simple thing.
Let me join to say happy birthday to Danielle Kadam Dekai. Happy 10th birthday anniversary to you. Your second daughter?
Yes, that's my second daughter.
And you came without the
my beautiful cake, everything is there.
Okay, after that, we'll go on break. I trust you. I trust you.
The only chiefs of the Chain Nation. Everything is there.
Yeah. Right. Congratulations to your baby.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Danielle. I'm sure Daddy loves you a lot. You see how he's gloating and glowing in saying it. It's not his birthday, it's his daughter's birthday.
Yeah.
He's just smiling.
Yeah. On behalf of his daughter.
I'm a very happy man today.
What the child does to the father and the parents is something else.
I hope she went to school today.
No, she's on her final exams today.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right.
Okay, welcome, panelists.
It's all right. It's all right.
I appreciate everyone. Oh, Dr. Biduma just walked in. I thought he was sat down.
Somebody should tell Biduma to mind himself today. If not,
can I be in between?
If not,
he has not even sat down.
You were away and you did with that spirit.
Can I be in between the two elders and Chiribo today there? Let me stay here.
And what happened now? You were gossiping.
No, I was missing you. I said, where is my father?
My uncle.
I said, where is my father?
It's been a long while.
We met last 2 weeks now. Abba.
No.
So you're hearing all of this, eh? You know that it's normal.
I thought I was just
strange happening.
Gossiping you so that somebody can tell you, not knowing that.
I wanted to react inside the taxi.
Oh my God. That would have been the craziest thing.
Did you tell the taxi? Did you tell the passengers that you are the one that the man is talking to? Did you tell them?
I heard myself.
You comforted yourself. Yeah, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Obiduma is in the building.
Yeah.
He's here. He's a journalist. He's a lecturer.
Wonderful.
International diplomacy.
Yes.
Yes.
River State University. Right?
Thank you, sir.
What else again? Public affairs, international relations.
G0.
International of the world.
International of the world.
G0. Have you aligned yourself with the G's now? No, that's what is running.
G's?
Yes.
What is G's?
It's all right.
Let me add the one out to for Chief Obiduma. Elder, former young man.
Oh my God.
How can you be pointing me? How can my father be pointing me like that?
Young man. Dr. Obiduma is an elder. Let's make it clear. Doctor, welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're still writing your book now. Some of you're done we'll introduce it, but for now let's continue.
You have introduced me already.
So let me take us to some stories. Let's begin from River State. In no particular order. The state legal advisor says that he was authorized by the state. You know, there was a story some 2 days ago. Debo Logunaba putting out a refutal that a case at the appeal court where the PDP was included as appellant was not authorized by the national.
Yes.
And in our understanding of this party politics, the national will send...
Which of the legal advisor? Which of the state legal advisor?
PDP.
Okay.
PDP
the acting...
caretaker now.
Okay.
Right? Chuku. Something Chuku. So, Dogba said that and said, as far as that case is concerned, they're not aware, they haven't authorized anyone to file that appeal in their interest, so they're not involved whatsoever. Well, he comes out to say that he was authorized by the state chapter of the party to file that appeal. He is holding on to a swimming court order that allows them to do that. I'm wondering when things change. He says 2023, and his date is quite recent, because when I read the story for that, I said, well, even with Yesawika as governor, right? Legal advisor came from national, withdrew all their cases in court. Yesawika only frowned at it. He only frowned at it, but he couldn't stop it from happening. So if the PDP national says an appeal against that order, ex-parte order, barring any communication between Martin Amewule and the Chief Judge of River State, Justice Sibian Amadi, and the clerk of the River State House of Assembly any communication whatsoever, barring it until the matter is determined in court. That was the appeal. Well, he says the state chapter authorized them to do so. I don't know if anyone finds it strange. Let me begin with Chief Okere.
Now the question is that case filed on behalf of PDP, whether reverse or national, or is a case that has to do with the, if I heard you well, with the CJ of the state and perhaps the Martin Amehule-led assembly, so to say. So how come, what is the involvement of the PDP as a party in it? Because there have been several cases going on in the state, filed either by Amehule or by some other groups in the state, and we've never had such things. So how come this one now, they are reacting this way? So because the parties you mentioned are not coming from the mercenaries of the party, so how come these ones are coming? That's the question I want to have. But be that as it may, as a party man, as one who has been a member of the State Executive Council in the party, I am aware that litigations not authorized or not known by the National Working Committee in most cases do not fly. For you to file any suit on behalf of a political party, you must have gotten authorization from the national.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking this question. So this one now is a different thing altogether. So if they have said so, remember and recall that even when something happened the other time about over constitution of this caretaker committee executives, something happened where the national organizing committee said something differently and the legal advisor also said something differently, meaning that there are different interests in the national as it has to do with reverse matters.
Okay.
That is to say that similar thing may have occurred here. I will not be surprised if by tomorrow another group from the national will come and tell us that the filing of that case, if it has to do or if they have any connection, that the national is very much aware of it. I will not be surprised if I hear that. So for me, if there is a suit or an order, the next that should follow is an appeal to that particular order which has been done. So if the national is alleging that they are not aware, perhaps we may see the repetition of what happened between PDP, Rivers, and other political parties as it has to do with the governorship election in Rivers. That then the national came and withdrew all the cases because they had that power. So this one, I do not know the powers of the national over this particular matter because it is not a party matter. It is not even an election matter.
The PDP was joined as the PDP was included as appellant
in this very matter.
In this matter, that's what drew the reaction.
So did PDP? I don't know if it was an ex parte order or it was a matter that has been heard.
There was an ex parte order.
Fine, if it was an ex parte order and PDP was involved in it, so when you are responding, when you are a respondent to an appeal, you must reference the parties.
Okay.
All the parties must be referenced, whether you are from in this other party or the other side. You must reference all the parties, so that when you are also serving, you serve all the parties. Okay. So Rivers State being a member of PDP or the actors being a member of PDP Rivers State, we also do such. Now let's wait and see if there will be other reaction from the national.
Okay.
In coming days.
Engineer Deka, can you recall if the PDP were actually added in that initial suit by the Attorney General? It was the Attorney General of Rivers State now.
Yes, and the clerk.
That early order, that ex parte order was from the Rivers State Attorney General.
Yes, Rivers State High Court, and it was the clerk of the State Assembly, restraining, and the
Chief Judge
of the state
being restrained.
Yes, I'm fully abreast with that.
Was the PDP joined in the matter?
Yes,
I can't confirm.
Yes. But yes, they were. And in response to that, it is only the national, has been said in previous cases, that can authorize the appearance, the defense of any of such matters.
Okay.
But in this case, that is why I call party disciplines no longer thrive in the affairs of the parties of these days. And I wonder why and what we can always refer to when certain individuals cannot respect the constitutions of their very own party. Recall that 2 weeks ago or thereabouts, Dan Obi of Edo State was suspended by the national.
That was last week.
Yes, or thereabouts, was suspended because of his role in ensuring that his own party is defeated in Edo State, because the interest of Obaseke is not in line with his own. So transport that to River State. We are aware that by the constitution of the party, PDP, as it stands today, it is the governor who is the head of that party in the various states. And no such one persons or any other persons can take control of the party. So in this very case, it is Sasimila Ifubara who is the leader of the PDP in the state. Recall that there are several litigations from list or no list, but the national, I give it a national now, by respecting and by responding swiftly to the various litigations that are ongoing.
Okay.
One, they came down last 2 weeks to now say we are not part of this suit. Today they've also said, PDP, where are you deriving your power? You only derive power from the national.
Okay.
And I wonder what they are doing, all in futility. And I pray that the party, Kelly, remember, I said it last 2 or 3 months, that there's no thing called PDP. That PDP is gone and buried, dead and buried. And you can see with me now, a man was also aware of that very conversations. I told you here that that party, because of the ambition of one man,
okay,
the party from the national to the lowest level is gone, and you can see it now manifesting.
All right.
It's not me that did it,
Okay.
but it's the same people. So this very one, it is the national who has the appearance in all the cases.
Okay.
So if the national said no, 2019 case and 2015 with APC is still fresh in our memory.
All right. I see that the PDP is joined here as the defendants, the second set of defendants, number 33, here from that suit by the Attorney General of Rivers State, the Governor of Rivers State, claimants, applicants, and first set of defendants, you have Martin Ameule and Honorable Wami Solomon. These are the lawmakers. And then you have 28th, second set of defendants, Right Honorable Victor Okojumbo, Sukari Goodboy. So the PDP, they're also here, which is one of the questions that Chief Okere wanted to clarify on. The PDP here. So if someone filed an appeal, he says the appeal was filed on behalf of, was directed by the state chapter for the party. The party said, we did not direct you to do anything to lodge an appeal for us. Does that settle the matter? Or like Chief Okere said, you have different groups in the PDP and they're all playing the cards of whoever is playing the script for them. Mr. Ndukwe.
You see, Kelly, I am not a party man. I don't know how to operate, but I'm using administrative practical wisdom in answering this. PDP is a political party in Nigeria because it has a national body that coordinates all the states. And so whatever kind of situation, if not authorized by the constitution of that party, the PDP here in question, under the radar, if it's not authorized by the national, you cannot do, unless it's expressly stated in your constitution that yes, in these kind of situations, the state could take adequate measures to handle it without the national. So that particular person that is saying the state whatever,
Bryce Akichuku,
good state legal advisor,
the state legal advisor or whatever, or whoever authorized him to do that, was he checking exactly what was happening? The statement I made as I started, I said the PDP is a political party in Nigeria, a Nigerian political party because it has national body that coordinates the activities. And so whatever you do without that particular national body, you on your own. They disown themselves. If Chief, it would have been best if Chief Okere were here. Whether there are 400 million disparate unions in the national and all that. And they came, this one with his own idea, that one with his own idea. Then it's not PDP. PDP has to have a unanimous position on whatever case that concerns any of his states. Now, they'll say, file this or don't file. I tell you, Kelly, when I was talking about PDAPC, it was as if I was maybe encroaching on an unholy land or so. It is destroying the PDP, this PDAPC, this their newfound love. We don't have PDP again. We don't know whether it's APC that is PDP. I don't know what is going on. They should think about themselves. You cannot be a leopard. You also be a jaguar at the same time.
Dr. Obidema.
What the point is clear. PDP today, for me, is a shadow of itself.
It's all right.
In the sense that they've allowed maybe the ambition of one man to control the entire structure. I think they are having their convention next week.
Which is next story. There's a court order now barring them from proceeding with that convention.
That's all right.
Because of, I know that will happen.
Can court order restrain a state from conducting election?
Yes, it has before now.
Yes.
It has before.
Yes.
So the point we are saying is that PDP may not be prepared for 2027 elections. It will impact us. I'm just saying it because one man is positioned to make it happen.
That man must be influential now.
Yeah.
So he can also
influential is that, you see, influential because
you don't have to respond to him now. Just continue. Just continue.
No, I mean, simple with what he said. Okay. So you see, when people have compromised their conscience.
In politics, there's conscience.
Why not? Am I not a politician?
It's all right.
Which party are you? Which party?
These are young.
You don't have a party.
Small boys in politics.
You don't have a party. You were a Labour Party before. Right now, you don't know whether you are PDP or Labour.
Party. There's no who told you that I'm Labour?
You were a member of Labour Party before. You were.
It's not. Look, the point there is that stop asserting the things that you don't know.
You are debating or concentrate on where you are going.
I'm a member of Labour Party.
You were before now.
See tomorrow.
You were.
I have nothing to do with this your PDP, APC that has destroyed this country.
If you were a member of Labour Party, you would not be standing the way you are standing. You also the same thing Ogaima is saying that people are no longer protecting their party as
please
allow also doing the same thing.
Allow the dog to continue.
It's not the issue of because
don't
of
stop his thought.
because of the problem you are creating this. They think we will just sit aloof and watch you people.
Dr. Bidima.
No, that's how we
one of the things that you keep saying is the governor should not allow himself to be distracted by those that want to distract him.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Can you take the same advice? Can you take the same advice?
Kelly is
because that is their strategy.
Kelly just trying to just fight. You see how you are falling up and down. Only a little side that is like you just fall apart.
Thank you. I remember that you usually reminded me of my advocacy here. The point there is that you see, you are talking of conscience. You see this in pride, money.
You have forgotten what we were saying before. You've revised again.
And that is what is happening. That is what is happening in PDP.
What
one person brought all of them.
I'm trying to help him.
One person brought all of them, including IU, that was removed.
Of course.
And those remnants that are there now, they don't have the class, they don't have what it takes to stand up against the behemoths. Because in his own characteristic manner, he could expose them.
Okay.
Did I not to do this for you? Did I not do this for you?
It's
so
okay.
They are being cautious.
It's okay.
So what we're saying is that
so that's what you think is happening?
Yes. They're very being cautious. In fact, they are praying the convention should come so that they will go away.
You mean they are tired of this whole thing?
Why not? How can a man?
Chief Okera, are you tired?
How can a man?
What is happening in Labour Party is worse than what is happening in
PDP. The point is that, listen,
we don't have two national parties, two national chairmen in PDP. But in Labour Party, they have two national chairmen. All across the state, two executives.
I have to go for a break shortly, so I'm looking for ways to wrap this up before we go for a commercial break.
But at least I've helped you to do that.
You have?
Yes.
But
because my father here was
it's taking a while.
going around.
No, you allowed him to distract you.
No.
It's not my fault that you allowed him to distract you. No, but you allowed him to distract you.
No, I didn't allow him. You allowed him because he is the moderator.
I don't know why he came here today.
Please let him summarize.
So the whole thing is this: the court issue, they are now also dancing naked. You know, because actually, when it comes to party constitution, the national legal advisor of the party takes charge of every legal issue about the party up to the local government level. He gives directive. He a kind of say, look, it has happened now. I think that was the APC. You know, that was APC. It happened to them also.
Toyeko said he will continue when APC withdrew. Toyeko continued this matter till the Supreme Court.
No, I'm not talking about Toyeko. It was also the
it's the same party issue. It's the same party issue now.
So
it's different.
So what happened at the last? What happened to the
No, he lost now.
What we are saying is that
the national
legal advisor of the party, the national legal advisor of the party has come out clear.
Okay.
And I think that is where
the matter should end.
Exactly.
All right. We're due for a commercial break. We're back in a moment. Please stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala dey finish.
Na this one wahala be like bicycle. The thing just dey quick. Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Wetin dey happen? Na for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Na here you go hear wetin dey happen for Naija and obodo the world. Na that time wey we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem wey go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Na so we dey bring am come give you as e dey hot.
Now wey we dey find way to sweep this country, don't run. Because their blood in the japa. He say this one, no worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take them. Make I see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. I me go be get man at that time before airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
After
Oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Reggae. It's been a long time. You know on the vibes like this. Reggae music again.
Reggae me like this. 95.1 Today FM here in Port Harcourt.
We are coming on the dance. One them place Skinner Station. Three them man them call Stainless. One them place with the man them call Bacalo. We are go run one since Chandan Babylon like the word of Jericho Kandama. Yes, I
95.1 Today FM.
Giving peace to the nation through reggae music. Yes, I.
Every Friday, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Reggae me like we call it to play with them people, man. All of you who are loving our reggae conversation. If you are listening, because we are talking about reggae things, man. We are things are done, we done. We are no fear, no what fear, no on them station. Reggae me like.
Every Friday, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m.
As I open up my window and glance through my window, I realize there's no turning back. Got to complete life's journey, though things get kind of scary. But got to make it to the top. See, I'm searching for a way to survive. Working so hard, I know job will provide. But see, I'm keeping my head high. Mama tell me the
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, so our guest for the commercial was unable to join us, so we're just going to continue with our conversation this morning. Let's still stay in Rivers State. I heard there's an order now barring the PDP from progressing with its Congress set to begin this weekend. Restraining order best went to the action filed on the 15th day of July 2024 by way of an originating summons and a motion ex parte, praying this honorable court for an order of interim injunction restrain defendants and each of them by themselves, servants, agents, assigned or otherwise from holding or carrying out the PDP Congress in River State fixed today to determine the application before His Lordship, Honorable Justice Subere Humble, sitting at the High Court 13 Port Harcourt. It is ordered that interim order of injunction is hereby issued, restraining the defendants and each of them, either by themselves, servants, agents, assigns, or otherwise, howsoever, from holding or carrying out the People's Democratic Party Congress in Rivers State, scheduled to hold in Rivers State on the 27th of July 2024, or be rescheduled to be held on any other date or any other location pending determination of the motion or notice already filed. What does this mean for the party? That's my question, really. What does it mean for the party and the set to happen Congress? Chief Okere.
Well, litigation against political parties has always been there. And once there is an order, what follows is either you appeal the order or you follow up with the matter. So there is an order, and I pray there was no order subsisting order, because I was told that there was a subsisting order before now that has to do with party congress in Rivers State. I cannot vividly quote it now, but perhaps if I check through, if I get it before the end of this program, I may bring it up. But if there is an order coming from a court is a public place, is not owned by anybody. Sure. So the affected parties can also respond to the order or go by way of appeal. So that's all.
Well, the matter is not even ended now. It's just an order to hear the substantive issue. I'm even surprised that a party, the PDP, is taking an appeal to the Court of Appeal. The case that we just talked about.
No, you can take anything to appeal, whether it is an order or a motion.
The matter is still going to be heard.
No, if the matter is subsisting in court, and maybe there is a ruling on a particular motion,
you can leave that court and go to a higher court.
Yes, you can appeal that motion, that particular motion.
You can go to a higher court.
Yeah, you can go to a higher court and appeal for that particular ruling. Every other thing we wait until you appeal for that particular ruling from the court before you come back to the substantial.
That's if the higher court, there is a pronouncement. That's if the higher court says go back there. The case against you is a valid one.
What you are appealing is that particular ruling on that motion or order. Is what you appeal. But whatever you get there will affect whatever that you are also doing here. You go back and continue. So it's not a new thing.
It's not a new thing. Dr. Bidima.
Well, it's an order of a court, and the party or the parties are bound to obey that order. But the point
the truth is that the good thing is that there's already a structure in the state. They have a caretaker, whatever. So the more you continue to delay Congress.
Why is that a good thing?
You say?
Why is it a good thing?
Because there is already a leadership. So the more you stop Congress, the people in acting capacity will continue to enjoy their position.
But that leadership is also in contention now.
It's not in contention anywhere.
No, it's in contention. The matter is in court. That somebody went to the court to say, do not resolve this crisis in Rivers State. Do not touch the present status quo in Rivers State. You're not aware.
No, there is not. Bring it up. Is there any ruling to that effect that the current caretaker members of PDP Rivers State are not legitimate? Is there any ruling to that effect?
No, that's not what I've said. Dr. Blima, you will respond. We're going for the news shortly. Yeah. But let's see if we can lay this premise. Yeah. Right? You recall that when they had their NWC meeting?
There are protests now.
Let me say what I want to say now.
Okay.
Can I say the point I want to say?
Go ahead.
When they had that meeting, the party, the governors resolved that this issue in PDP in Rivers State will be collectively resolved, right?
Resolution now.
When it was time for that thing to happen, they were informed us that they have a court order, ex parte order, barring the party from proceeding with their legitimate action. So they were going to wait. They were going to wait for that matter to be done with in court. You're aware of this?
Yes. There was no court order to that effect.
There was.
Bring it up now. Let's see what. There wasn't any court order.
We're going for the news.
There was none.
Let's go for the news. We're back in a moment.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The House of Representatives Committee on Defense will on Monday, July 23, 2024, meet with the Minister of Defense, Abubakar Badaru, and the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, to ascertain how the military intends to go about the directive by President Bola Tinubu for the military to cultivate their land. The chairman of the committee, Babajimi Benson, who disclosed this in Abuja while briefing newsmen at his office, said the president gave the charge as part of measures to address the challenges of food insecurity in the country. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has announced its monetary policy meeting to discuss measures to combat the country's escalating inflation and economic hardship. The meeting, scheduled for next Monday and Tuesday, will be the 296th meeting of the MPC and the fourth under the leadership of CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso. The CBN has been under pressure to address the rising inflation, which has seen the country's interest rate soar to 26.25% in May, up from 18.75% in May 2023. Despite calls from stakeholders in the financial sector to pause interest rate hikes, the CBN has maintained its tightening measures. A Rivers State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has restrained the People's Democratic Party (PDP), its national chairman, national financial secretary, and national organizing secretary from holding or carrying out the Congress in Rivers State scheduled for July 27, 2024. Presiding Judge Justice Sobere Hambo, in an ex-parte application brought by the Caretaker Committee Chairman of Emoha Local Government Area, David Omereji, and 10 others against the defendants, also stopped them from holding the Congress at any other location or date, pending the determination of the motion on notice already filed. The court issued an order of interim injunction restraining the defendants either by themselves or their agents from taking further decisions or giving directives to extend the tenure of the state, local government, and ward executives of the PDP. Justice Hambo adjourned the matter to July 19, 2024 for the motion on notice. On the foreign scene, France President Emmanuel Macron has accepted the resignation of Prime Minister Gabriel Attal, who will now serve only in a caretaker capacity. French politics have been in gridlock since an inconclusive snap election earlier this month, with parties in the National Assembly scrambling to put together a governing coalition and no successor to Attal in sight. The LEC's palace says the outgoing premier and his team would handle day-to-day business until a new government is named. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Boniface, my guy. Long time no see. Why your face this strong kakaraka like this now?
Paulinus, I beg, this 2024, I won't make money. I must buy car and house this year like you.
Boniface, last year, remember say I invite you for forex trading with my broker, Squared Financial. But that's also excuse for your mouth. See this here? Take action. Follow Wusabi Road.
Paulinus, how Squared Financial go help me?
Then go teach you how to trade manually or automatic on top their platform. Now you go choose.
Now automatic trading I go follow.
You like easy life, sha?
Who no like better thing?
Oh yeah, call Squared Financial now on 0906 357 3572. No make mistake. 0906 357 3572. Or visit their website www.sqfin.com.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for your next dial.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
it was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk. Weekdays, 2 p.m. Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, thank you for staying with us, everyone. We appreciate your time. We'll continue our conversation. Panelists just stepped out to drink water. Let me go straight to Dr. Obidima, who is just stepping into the studio. I'm not sure if Chief Okere was trying to take us in a certain direction or to mislead us with his claims that there was no such order of court. I'm confused. He's yet to come in. Dr. Obidima.
No, don't mind Love the Okere. You know, he's here to distract.
Distract you?
No, to distract the audience.
Okay.
And they give them false information.
Well, he will respond for himself when he comes.
So the issue...
The order of court barring the party from proceeding with...
Yeah. Honestly speaking, I'll be quite clear about this and I'll add something to it. The way River State is presently, some political activities show, even the local government election they want to conduct, I will advise the governor to stay put now. You know, let the dust settle down. He can conduct the local government election in the next 6 months.
Even with the Supreme Court ruling?
Supreme Court?
Yes.
Supreme Court should come and conduct the election.
No, but Supreme Court, in the recent ruling of last week, they declared caretaker committees as illegal.
Yes.
They also said that funds should be paid directly to the local government.
How many? About 17 states are operating.
You don't have to follow those that are doing the wrong thing.
We don't have to follow, but then, if the next 6 months, are you going to put the logistics in place today?
As the governor told
and everything today?
As RISEC told you, they are unable to conduct the election. Or you just sense
that
the tension is too high.
Listen, yes. So they should allow some certain things to go down. Especially now. Even this Congress they are talking about, it is going to cause a problem in PDP in this state and it will affect the rest members of this state. You know, these people, they are out to create crisis in this state. And everybody, 1 million members of this state should come out, work together. There should be a multi-partisan approach to this issue. It's not PDP, it's not APC, it's not Labour Party, it's not Accord. We are not talking as Rivers people.
Okay.
You know, so that court order stopping them, after all, you see, they are against caretaker committee in local government, but they are also operating caretaker in their party.
Oh.
So who is fooling who?
Okay.
You know? So the point is that let that court order be obeyed, and PDP should be stopped from conducting that Congress at least in the next, let's give that 3 months more. Then for local government, the governor of this state should stop the local government election and prepare for it for the next 6 months.
That's what you prescribe.
I was talking that you went for news.
Yes, because
I was outside, you were saying that I had him say that I was trying to deceive you.
And I said you'll respond. You'll reply by yourself.
I was trying to respond.
Kelly is my turn, please. Kelly is my turn.
No. You will respond. Everybody will respond.
Yes, I didn't conclude.
Kelly is my turn.
He has already.
You see, they are conspiring, but the conspiracy we are about.
Kelly, are you saying?
Remember, he has
spoken.
Because the truth shines like the moon.
He has spoken.
It was not to shine.
Dr. Bidema has spoken.
I didn't say you won't speak. You will speak. Everybody will
let him not distract.
No,
your line of action.
No, it's not distracting. No, he's not distracting anybody.
Leave him.
I have just forwarded to him the court case.
I was talking before
you have.
I have done that.
Which court judgment?
This very one.
You see the deception.
This I forwarded to him.
No.
Because he denied it. He denied
you see
it.
the deceptive. The deception here is that he sent me the recent order, which all of us have.
The one I just read.
The one you just read. I have it already.
I bet he denied it.
And it was flying all over the social media yesterday. But you see, you cannot override an order from a lower court with another order from a lower court. If you want to vacate an order from a lower court,
how do you mean?
Thank you. What I mean is this: when Desmond Dakawa was still the chairman of PDP River State, when they wanted to, migrate to where they are today, something happened. I told you here today that the organizing secretary national and the legal advisor, they were saying two different things at that time. Now, Desmond Dakawo approached the court,
which is the same thing that
that is happening now. Yes,
that's what Kingsley Chiku cited.
What is happening now? Let me calm down.
Okay.
Desmond approached the court and stopped anybody from stopping PDP from conducting congresses in River State. There was an order restraining any person or group of persons from stopping the PDP from carrying ahead with what is existing today as caretaker committee members.
In what capacity did they do that?
As a party man.
As a party man.
Yes. Anybody can go to court and get. If I'm a party man, I can go to court.
Yes.
I can go to court on behalf of my party. If you watch out what happened between Ibrahim Omar and 23 others against APC, on what capacity did they go? As party people.
The one that's aggrieved party people.
Of course, yes. Anybody can be aggrieved in the party. This one that you are reading now. This one that you are reading now.
Party chairman.
On which capacity did they go?
But in this case,
so let me. What I tell you that there was already an order. There was already an order to this. So you cannot vacate this order. It's another order. It's abuse of court processes they are doing.
Okay,
let's see how it goes.
For you, it's abuse of court process.
Let's see how it goes.
No. For you, it's abuse of court process.
Exactly.
Okay, but when somebody unnamed person went to a court and got an ex parte order barring the PDP from resolving the crisis in River State, resolving the crisis in River State, that wasn't an abuse of court process. When
somebody did what? Let me understand.
When an unnamed person went to court.
To do what?
Got an order, an ex parte order, barring the PDP national from resolving the crisis in River State.
Before the caretaker committee issue.
When the caretaker committee list
was there any substitute order to that effect that has to do with that same
Debo.
Was there anyone already subsisting?
No, let me answer now. You're asking a question. I'll answer the question now.
Yeah.
Debo Lobunagwa said they would have proceeded with the action, but there is a court order barring them.
Thank you. It wasn't true. So if you wanted to vacate that order, you go to higher court.
Order barring them.
You go to higher court.
Okay, you claim that there is a case by Desmond Akawo.
Let that be said. That has given powers to this caretaker.
Through the court. You claim that there's an order that
you are very confused.
Desmond
you are very.
Kelly, can I take over?
Let me down. He does not even know what we're talking about.
Please.
You are still
your mics
of the government Labour Party to allow us to talk about
Kelly.
No.
Kelly, let me douse the situations. Let me douse the tensions that is brewing between.
Don't pretend as if you're not part of it. It's a conspiracy. Go ahead to conclude what to be.
Chief, I have the floor now. Please, Chief, I have the floor. I have the floor. Can I be given just a second to debate on this? I'm aware.
You know you're my friend.
Give him water.
They're giving you water.
Give him water. Let him.
Please drink water.
Well, Kelly, there's no doubt about what is happening. Like I said earlier, you see, the ambitions of a man has completely destroyed this party called PDP. I knew when the G34, then led by Kwame, formed this party.
From G18 to G34.
And I remember in 1999, when it was first put in place, that dreams of the founding father, I participated all through that period till today. And from 2015, I said no. But today, I can boldly say yes. But Kelly, what is happening today? Oh, the soul of that party, and I will keep saying it to anybody who cares to listen, is dead and buried.
And Betty, people are going to court.
This court today, this judgment, this order, has also tell anybody who cares to listen that don't play with the fire.
Who is the fire?
Don't play with the fire.
Kelly is answering your
Who is
question.
the fire?
Don't play with the fire.
Where is the fire?
The governor of Rivers State is the leader of PDP. Every other person who wants to be a PDP member will align and queue behind him.
What if the governor defects to another political party tomorrow?
That is then. Till then. But as today, the party that brought in the governor is PDP.
So if what you're saying is, let's assume it's correct.
No, it's correct.
Let's assume it's correct. I'm not a politician, so I don't know. Give me that benefit of.
Go ahead,
yes. The caretaker committee chairman of MO local government area is the one that filed this suit. Isn't that a loyalist of the governor? If so, the governor has control, why is his loyalist rushing to court to get an order barring the party that he's in charge of from conducting their congresses?
No. Kelly, like I said, the party is just one in River State and is under the leadership of Sim Fubara, the governor of River State.
PDP?
Yes, PDP, as it stands today. Don't mind the caretaker. Don't mind the caretaker. Don't mind those. Just you here, you said it here.
Even PDP, even the governor
Kelly,
said
1 minute.
The
Let me.
PDP
Kelly, give me 1 minute. Kelly, give me 1 minute. Let me not lose my thought, please. Kelly.
It suggests that the governor.
No. Kelly,
please go on, sir.
If you do this, you'll be distracting my thought.
Go on,
and you will ensure that Chibokere, who is intruding.
In fact,
I did not interfere.
Please go on, engineer.
Kelly, filing a case, it is to tell you I am in charge of these situations. Don't cross the boundary.
No, it's a protest.
It's to tell you that I'm in charge. Don't cross the boundary. We are aware that the past 8 years was always from that one man. Today, we have another sheriff in town in the persons of Similai Fubara. So don't joke with that party. But let me tell you, the party is dead because of all these left, right, and all that.
Why laboring?
Okay. Chibokere.
Don't change my name.
Let me not call the former commissioner. Chibokere.
Don't change my name.
So finally, Kelly, this is the time that PDP we should bring out their hammer. They've done that in Edo State. The same allied to the former governor of River State, Danobi, was suspended.
All right.
Let them do that now to bring back the sanity and unity of PDP.
Okay. Let's see what will happen. I just wanted to get your views about
these
these
are the true enemies of PDP.
And
they came from all over, from different political parties to come and keep PDP. And people cannot keep PDP.
I have got the views that I want. I want to take us to another issue, a national issue. I listened to a chilling commentary from Aldogbe.
Okay.
They talked about how somebody tried to assassinate him. But that's not even because politicians, they face this risk. You are vocal, you are out there. There's always a tendency that somebody will want to get you taken out. So I do understand.
It happened to Trump in America.
But he talked about the culture of the people and how the people influence the political class. He says when he got some of his appointments and he returned home, if his chiefs called him and questioned why he was wearing a simple jacket as against dressed in the Babariga and all of those expensive things. They also advised him that to show that he has a new status, he should marry a second wife. He should marry a second wife. And he said he was wondering why. You know, they were setting the agenda for him. And that agenda they were setting wasn't based on things that he needed to do for them, but it was about his physical status to show that he was now in a place of power and authority. I thought about that one. He also talked about the fact that when people get into office elected, for instance, as the governors are under a lot of pressure to spend money that they ordinarily shouldn't even spend. Because this person will be coming, this person will be coming, this person will be coming. And I said to me, and that's where my question is coming from. Are people poor mentally? Are we poor mentally? Because he's not the first person to say this. We've had people
that wanted to get into public space, by the time they saw the pressure from the people they want to serve, they said, "No, be me." They removed themselves. They extricated themselves from that kind of situation. So, Adogbe is saying this again. Are Nigerians poor mentally? Dr. Bidima.
Yeah, I will start this conversation from a particular point in our political history, which I witnessed at the Second Republic. I know too well that there was a time in this country that, yes, there are politicians, people got involved in politics as a vocation, not as a kind of career, because they have something doing. I want to say that I witnessed when the Second Republic politician, I was a party agent in that election, 1979. I finished my WAEC in 1978. I got involved as I was working. I was also going for political campaigns. All is to hear, because our concern that time was to hear people like Zeke, Mbadiwe, we meet them. We want to be like them. We want to hear them at the campaigns. Nobody pays for you to travel. They don't bring bus to your village to carry you to a campaign. You just find your way. So I remember that after that time, yes, people were elected to House of Reps, House of Assembly, people were elected to Senate, people were appointed, people were not going to them for anything, because one, the country was highly productive. People were engaged. Even as a secondary school leaver, you have opportunity to work. I taught with WAEC in government secondary school in Neka before I went to university. Because that time, if you had grade 1 or grade 2 in secondary school, you are qualified to teach in secondary school. I taught for a year plus before I left for university. And even while in the university, you don't see politicians also infiltrating into student this thing with money or whatever. We question. We belong to different parties in the campus, and what is even at it to debate. So this culture of now where this set of politicians has a kind of destroy the fabric of the economic life and made everybody, the middle class has collapsed, that even professors today are like houseboys to these politicians. Or for what? What to eat, what to get. Do you know that each politician, I mean from local government level to the president, all the political appointees and all those things, they don't give people, they don't go with naira again, they go with dollars.
But he's not telling us of a problem of today. He's
no.
of a problem of years ago.
Yeah, because you see, years ago.
He was referring to his first political appointments when he won election.
When he was the commissioner for
when
communication.
he won election and all of those things. So
when he was Minister of Communication.
No, before Minister of Communications. So
when he won
election as Assembly member in Benue State.
Yes.
And then he got further appointments by the federal government.
But I want to say this, that if he go back very well, I don't know what happened there, but I'm saying what happened, what I saw in Rivers State here. We are not, even when this House of Rep members, senators come back on recess, people don't go asking for money.
That was then.
From then.
The era you're mentioning.
Yes. But
so what changed? What changed?
What changed was that something after that era, something happened. We are not saying that there was no corruption at that time. But the point is that people were not putting their eyes there because we were busy.
People not putting their eyes in.
Agriculture was going on.
No, people not putting their eyes there. It doesn't take away from the fact that someone may be busy, but decides to say, why is a local government chairman or perhaps a member of the House of Assembly wearing safari suits when he should be wearing agbada?
Yeah,
because he has been promoted in life. Why were they not? Why were they telling him you should marry a second wife because your status has been elevated? I don't understand it. That doesn't have to do with productivity of your mind.
Anyway,
that has to do with the crafting of your mind.
That is also the way the black man sees certain things. Some, not all, sees some certain things, and he says it's coming from his community. And that community, you also look at who are those conveying that kind of message. What is their level of education and all those things? These are the things we look at. I don't think that an educated person can give that such a suggestion. But beyond that, there is something patently wrong with our system. Until we reset this system, even the way we think, we also, if the same Nigeria travel to UK, to US, things according to the way the system functions and operates, they say when you go to Rome, you behave like the Romans. So when you are in a country that is not organized, in a society that is not organized, as Nigeria is a highly unorganized society, anything go the way it may not just think straight.
Chief Okere, my question is simple. Are Nigerians poor mentally?
Well, when I studied a particular topic in psychology, once we say 80% of the people in a particular area are thieves, it means that all the people there can as well be known as thieves.
Okay.
I agree that not all Nigerians are what did you use? Poor mentally. But majority of Nigerians are poor mentally. And the reason is very simple. I will tell you the reason. Nigerians are not born to be poor mentally, but environment that will find ourselves, especially those born since early 90s to date, the environment will find ourselves, the kind of governance and government, the kind of exposure that we have has made us to be that mentally poor. And those poorly mental people now has influenced the ones who have this particular history of doing things aright. For instance, sometimes years back in this studio, there was a topic on hardball, coined together by our reverend journalist Chief Imandukwe.
Okay.
No, I disown the reverend.
I guess he meant revert.
It is from my own.
He meant revert. He meant revert. Revert. Let's move on. He meant revert.
I didn't say G1 or G2. I said reverend journalists. You know, and that what was that topic?
Revered journalists.
Okay, that one. Thank you for the correction. Okay. So what was that topic? The topic was between the led and the leaders. Who are the problems of this nation? And I took a position after going through some researches. I took a position, and my position was that the leds are the problems of this nation. Not ruling out the misapplication and misappropriation of our resources by those that are leading us. But I had the reasons why I say that the led was the problem. Now let me also tell you something. I have a brother who has been in government or who is in government as a commissioner. Then some people came to his house and they were telling him, okay, you've not bought a car for your mother. Your mother still doesn't have a car, blah blah blah. And the mother was already getting to about 80 years old.
What would she do with the car?
No, it's okay.
Listen, and the man was asking them. Sorry, I will take a little bit of your time. Maybe 5-7 minutes.
You are making your point.
Thank you. And the man asked them,
You are giving more the time.
Do you
He's making a point.
Do you love my mother more than myself? Are you hearing me? The man asked them, do you love my mother more than myself? Okay, if you do, go and buy my mother the car. That's number one. And number two, people also came to his house and say, okay, other politicians are building houses in their community, in their villages. Come and build a befitting house now so that people will know that it's so and so. And he also said, I have a home in my community. If I drive home, I have a home where I stay. I have a house, a befitting house in Port Harcourt, and I spend, out of 365 days, I spend almost 350 days or 60 days in Port Harcourt. Am I going to build the house in the village for rodents? At least I have where I will sleep if I go home. Recently again, we visited the man. Similar topic also came in. And he said, even my house in Port Harcourt now, I'm not also sleep there because I'm now in Abuja. And you're asking me to come and waste another money to build house in the village again. Who are the people pushing the man?
That is so cheap people think.
The lead. No, I'm serious. It's not about the chair people here. It's about we're talking about Nigeria here.
Please go on.
Okay. So now I pondered and the reason towards what the man. I discovered that what this man is saying is the truth too. Even though putting up a befitting building could be seen as a legacy, but what are the usefulness? That apart now. So you see, the government over time decided to change the focus of the government, of the lead, from reasoning well mentally to focusing on Kelly, who is in Senate, House of Assembly, government, her governor. You have all the money. For that reason,
spend it.
I will restrain myself from going to plant ordinary pepper in my backyard. Now that it's a planting season, plant cassava plant, we don't do that. Every morning, I will bath, wear my best clothes, and come to your house in the name of loyalty and sit down from morning till night.
Doing nothing.
Doing nothing, no. At the end of the day, if Kelly is willing that day, Kelly will give me 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and I will go.
Encouraged by Kelly.
And you will see my face and you say, I'm a loyal person. Meanwhile, if I had used that time, that hours I spent, since I am not doing any work, since there is no industrialization where maybe I'll be working in one factory or production. Now, I should be that factory of my own to say, I have a backyard where there are no buildings, where I can plant ordinary okra, pepper, because last week Friday I went to Creek Road Market and I bought a little pint of obono, 16,000 naira. So if I have okra, I can now, if I don't want to eat, if I don't want to thicken my soup with obono because it's expensive, I can use okra that I pluck from my backyard. Now the man that is selling that obono, that higher, will now be thinking of how to reduce the price because there is no market for this. So that is why I say that your question, I answer it in affirmative, that we are having a negative, poor mentality, because when you do not use that brain that God has given you to think out of the board that I am going to be useful and resourceful to myself and the society, their mentality is poor, and it multiplied from one person to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to highest. As I speak with you now, there is a caretaker arrangement in River State.
You have 12 minutes now.
And the caretaker committee in River State say they are going to appoint 1,000 persons as SA or PA, whatever.
Okay.
Now this 1,000 persons you are appointing is expecting.
It's going to be.
Hold on.
He's going to be
200,000. He's expecting to.
You started it, so he's just giving you.
No problem. He cannot be. I will do that up.
At the time, 200,000 were appointed.
Please go on.
I'm here watching.
Now the thousands of persons that is expecting appointment are feeling that within the period that this caretaker will last, they are going to make it, and none of them within the period will get up to 1 million naira within the period. None of them. But if you had taken your time to look for something you do personally, using that brain positively, before somebody will be giving 50,000 naira every month as SA, you're already making it. So your question is on affirmative. I respond affirmatively that our people have negative, poor mental, whatever you may term it. And until we depart from that, see politics as secondary, and now see development of ourselves as primary, we will even get worse in the nearest future.
Okay, let me go to Engineer Deka. Even though you mentioned the case of politics and the appointments, I do remember that a lot of persons even celebrated while we questioned what was the essence of appointing 200,000 political essays. When we questioned it, some people celebrated. They say, "Can you leave us? We are proud. We're essays. They are now states to us." Yes. It's the same mentality. Engineer Deka.
Kelly, please bring me up to speed, please. Remember that the 200,000 once appointed was celebrated all over, which I said before he came in. It was jubilated in the entire state.
Isn't it still part of the? Isn't it part of the mentality problem?
And then I condemned it in the strongest terms. But bring me up to speed, please, for Adogbe's case.
Well, Adogbe said he mentioned instances that happened to him. He got into public office. Somehow his status would have changed. His people questioned why he was still wearing the suit he was wearing, that he should be wearing agbada because his status had changed. They told him, marry a second wife. Your status has changed. The people were the ones putting pressure on him to leave that on. What's the word again? The word is in my head. It's entering and going out. To live that flamboyant, it's not the word I wanted to use, flamboyant lifestyle. It's the people that push them. That's why I asked the question, are we poor mentally?
Kelly, we are talking of discipline. Discipline is the key here as regards to Adogbe, the former Minister for Agriculture.
The people are not poor, it's the people who lacks discipline.
I'm coming to that, Kelly. Discipline is the key because when I go through his statements yesterday and that play, I look at a man who, within the context of time, does not look at wealth as anything. He look at what he have upstairs and going through all the period and processes that they went through. Who were these people asking him to marry a wife and keep in the village for them to cook, build a house and all that? Then how much was his take-home pay? For example, for him to build a house here, marry 10 wives, that's why I bring in discipline. The man should have been well disciplined to see that nothing in wealth. And I must tell you, empty will come. And what happened? Empty will return. Everything here is vanity. So why will you begin to amass, just like Chief Okere was saying, you want to build in all the places. Meanwhile, you will sleep on only, one bed at a time. What will you gain? So we are not dead in that brain, but we are not industrious.
The people.
Yes. In fact, I look at Nigeria, I take Nigeria as a case study. Just like he said, you go wake up in the morning, go and hang up in a politician's house, wait till the whole day. Some days the man will look at your face. Some days he drove out of his place and look at them. Meanwhile, if in other, like India, for example, the streets of India are littered with what? Companies that produce. Tell me, If you have something doing, will you go to that man's house to line up at his gate? No. That brings the country to where we are today. We are not productive. Because of that, we've run into problem. Hunger in the land. So Kelly, I look at this as discipline.
Okay. We also have Henry Kine joining us, National Legal Advisor, Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, CDHR. I think you have an inkling what we're talking about now.
Yes, I do. And the analysis I've got from my colleagues in the studio are apt, beginning with Chief and then Engineer now, except that to say it's not all about the poor mentality as I've come to hear here about the people. But when a people are deliberately impoverished and orchestrated, it is deliberate by even those same people who perhaps now are saying, but they come to my house and stay from morning to evening. I don't think it's absolutely about, if you like, reducing the mentality of Nigerians.
How about the instances that I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the instance is given by Chief Okere.
Apt.
Where he said they were literally asking him, won't you buy a car for your mother?
Apt.
You are in a political office now. Won't you build a house in the village? They are setting your priorities for you.
Yes. Like I said, I agree to that extent, almost completely. But I'm only adding the aspect that it's not all about the people being poor mentally. But again, even if the people are probably considered to be poor mentally, were they originally mentally poor? Something caused that. And the failure of society and the value that actually was deliberately created by these same individuals. That's also what your people are what you make. Your people are what you make. The people in society is what the society makes. So you see Nigerians today, we say we are poor and probably, or rather, we are not industrious, we are lazy, and then some leader will even come in the past and say Nigerian youths are lazy, but you haven't provided that opportunity for them to work. You haven't provided the environment for them to be able to exercise their ingenuity and their creativity. You haven't provided the resources. You see, he talked about India. When you go on the streets of India, yes, you could see the industries, but the state was deliberate to say, look, we have to create the environment for these industries to be set up in the first place, even before I talk about thriving. Where are the infrastructure to enable that work?
But the guarantee of jobs being available doesn't mean that people will just begin to think aright. If someone
do you know what it means to...
If someone has a mindset of I must amass, and in amassing I must show wealth,
that's the value system aspect I spoke about. I was also going to get to how the society and these same people has caused that to be the value system that has got to these other citizens who have seen that our value is about show of wealth. That our leaders have shown that the vote makes you a you, in quote, is about how much of show of wealth. And that's bad for also a system. So like I said, I agreed almost completely what Chief said and even what the engineer has said, because that depicts clearly the picture of what happens for you to be seen to be loyal to a political leader in their society today. For you to be loyal is to go stay. And maybe I'll use myself also as an example. The same thing happens. I was a special assistant to a commissioner, and I was warned that we had a committee of commissioners, the forum of SA, special assistants at the time. But I just imagined that I would only be present during the meetings. But I also saw how my colleagues, I would really drive to my commissioner's house after we close from work from the secretariat. As we leave, as we close, I'm going home to my house. But I see SAs go as we close. Haba.
They follow to their house.
Let me tell you practically, Bajai, it was the state secretariat, okay? Now, if we close from work, and my commissioner was very hardworking, so we could even stay up to 10 p.m. in the night, right? Yes. That was the commissioner that I served with. Now, as we finish, as we close, I will come down. As we get down from that secretariat, as they are entering that book, closing the doors, and not me. You won't see me to the commissioner's. Maybe that's why I lost all I was. I thought that would have been the value I would have gotten. I won't have a foot of measure of land as estate commissioner. I'm not saying for me to be a good person, but I also knew what our PA, personal assistant, who was under me, could get and what he got. And today is in Abuja. But these are the people who, as we close, all the PAs, with security, they will go to the house. I am going to my house. Sometimes I will call them, would speak, maybe something will come up, a guy wants me to do something early in the night, up to midnight, and I still there. Now, but you know what? That's also the value that society has created. And then those who have internalized that kind of value will get them to do that. So for us, for you to show that you're loyal, and apparently that's how those people show that they were loyal to Oga. So at that time,
and they got some of them
they got rewarded. If my wife is listening to me now, she would hear even when Oga wanted us to get facilities. It wasn't for me. I said, buy computers for the SA's office. Do you know I didn't get when those things were distributed? I wasn't loyal. Because I wouldn't drive on Sunday or on the Sabbath. I'll be in my church. Then, but every day, every time you're in Oga's house, that's what Chief was saying. But the part I'm adding,
it's not really about your competence and the work you're putting in. It's about the foolish loyalty that you're able to display. That's what they want.
That's what they want. And sometimes if you don't gossip, tell of God,
that's why I said they have actually said it. They have actually said it. But the only part I'm adding that they probably didn't say is, for me, right, I will stand with the people a bit in the sense that society has also caused them to be that poor in mentality. The value system has also caused them to be poor in mentality. What they analyze also the same, where the opportunities aren't created. Though he said that if the opportunity for work isn't created, why not industrialize yourself? But even industrializing yourself, Chief, with respect to you, that subsistence level in society today is gone out. Even if you want to constrain yourself to focus on subsistence, how much will you be able to survive at that subsistence level? What about the other aspects you can provide for yourself? You find a society where no infrastructure, nothing. So, okay, you go to your farm, you grow the pepper, you grow the okra, right? But then you have to buy water to be able to drink, because you can't drink from your stream.
If I go into cash crop production, maybe
where is the capital? No access to credit.
No, it's not capital intensive.
Subsistence level?
No, it's not capital intensive. At least the land is there in the first place. I'm talking about those of us from rural areas. You remember that majority of the food we eat in town, all of them come from rural areas.
Yes.
You understand?
I agree with you, sir.
If you go to a place called a Keta market, Better Life market, a Greater market, and even the market in my place, Indiama market,
yes,
and other areas, if you see the quantum of plantain that is along the roads,
yes,
you begin to ask, where are they coming
market?
From? All of them put together.
Okay.
Do you understand me? So what I'm trying to say is that if I produce cash crops like maybe pepper, vegetable, all those ones, now you are into plantain, banana, another person is into palm fruits, oil, whatever. Another person is into timber. We subject ourselves to that.
We're all busy.
1 year. The government, the man in government will be asking himself, where are the people that have been following me now? They will be the one. They will be the one to be calling your food. Mr. Kelly, I've not seen you for like 1 week or 2 weeks now. Where have you been? Because he thinks that 500 naira he's giving you is what sustains you, but it doesn't sustain you.
And that's what gets you enslaved.
Thank you. You cannot even pay a transport. But if you abandon it, and maybe you keep yourself from eat once in a day and produce some of these things you are producing, after 1 year, you see the kind of production you have in the other year.
Okay.
And you follow suit. The man that is producing yam is producing yam, cocoa yam. You will not see that they are the one that are coming to buy this thing from you, and you will not sell it to that fixed price of yours. They'll buy from you. They'll be looking for you.
Let me see Mr. Andiko has a comment about this issue.
You see, Kelly, what Chief Okere, the last analysis he gave is not something that exists in practice. For now.
No, but he's talking about a solution.
If everybody were alive,
it is a solution. He's giving a solution, which is what I like us to look at. Not just talk about the society may be tough now, but it is a solution. No, not just talk about the problem, but the solution.
Kelly,
I know. I understand it.
Where there is solution must be real, and I'm saying there's no reality in this solution. You know why? Right now, even farmers, he knows too well that farmers are not even having the safe corridor to go to their farms and remain there. We are talking about now and not tomorrow or yesterday. Now, see, as for the question to begin with, Nigerians are not mentally poor at all. It is individualized. As I am, I can never give you idea, Kelly. Now that you are this and that, why not go and buy that type of car that Tinubu has? I cannot. And I cannot tell you, okay, why your status has changed. Marry more women as wives. I can't. All those type of things. If you also give me such advice, I'll tell you, thank you very much, but that kind of thing, I don't fancy them, so don't tell me again. That's the kind of life I have chosen for myself, not another person. You don't impose especially stupid ideas on me. I will tell you off, I don't want such. Now, why are people seeming, in fact, really mentally displaying mental disposition in terms of their thoughts? Because poverty has been weaponized by the political class. You are talking about 5,000 a politician might be giving you every day you go. If you go to your farm, you cannot even realize anything. 5,000 compared with nothing means a lot. And since you don't have any other place to depend on, you must be going to that place you are getting 5,000 until that oasis also dries up. Simple. That's what is happening in Nigeria. Now, if you see politicians, they wield influence. There's no doubt about it. Because money is communal funds. Now giving, and they are sitting on top of it. Especially when you look at the governors and the president. Also, the National Assembly members. What they will call constituency project, and you are the one that disburses whatever. If you wish. Because there are some constituents that have never benefited from them. So the whole thing now, you know that if you go there, you will come home, and perhaps if you are somebody who loves this kind of drinks and all that, you may get it from the stable of that man when you display all this blind loyalty.
Is there a solution?
Kelly.
Is there a solution?
It's to reset the society.
The question straight. No, for me now. Maybe in future.
No solution.
Yes, for now. For now, see, the poverty, the hunger. What are you going to do about it? Is government going to be magical in erasing insecurity? For the traditional way of life to thrive, the way it was in the olden days, where, like Chief Okere is talking about, your farm was feeding you comfortably.
We abandoned them.
We didn't abandon them. The system abandoned.
A seeming solution could be that I think we have to be deliberate to retract resources in a way that if we had a public system, that's the political office holder and those exposed, working like public servants, where their pays are also probably as scaled, right? And then we channel channel more of the resources to production, and also setting the infrastructure and enabling environment for that, so that more people, in fact, like he was giving the analogy, Chief, so Mr. Kelly, the politician, has plenty of money. If right now everybody knows that Mr. Politician, Mr. Kelly doesn't have that access to that much money anymore, and then if we even go to him, he wouldn't, and then so you retract, you won't go. Then again, you also know but that there are agricultural credit schemes or some community development bank kind of thing that are valuable. And if I go there, the interest rate is low, the procedure to getting it, the guarantee is always there, and marketing boards. So I'm sure now that, look, more money has been put towards production, to say that instead of politicians having this plenty of money, in the entire state, in Rivers State today, well, if not recently that we talked about this Bank of Industry, and otherwise, in other states too, how much do we have into schemes where citizens can access, even for that purpose that Chief was talking about? We would have had more. And again, where are the guarantees that, look, even the little I'm producing, I'm going to get some value from it, right? And that was the time we used to have marketing boards in a way that I am sure that if I even produce one basket of tomato, there is automatic off-taker that comes to take it, and it gives me the money, even right on my farm. It gives me the money. That attraction, that motivation will even make more persons to return. And then the other option where Mr. Senator, you are even seeing that, like Mr. Senator pockets there don't dry you. The man is not taking 30 million naira home anymore, but he's taking like 3 million naira. Because it's probably scaled, if you like, let us say it's grade level 17 in the public service is what a senator will be. Grade level 16 should be House of Reps. Grade level 17 should be governor. Grade level this. If we graded like that, How many people go to the public servants? If you have a permanent secretary in my village, how many people go to his house to say marry another wife?
Okay.
But it's the politicians that people go to, that the analogy you gave.
Let me take
I know you were talking. Our primary school, we are doing handwork. We are doing handwork. We are going to school. Sorry, So you see, when we were in primary school, Kelly, during farming season like this, there is what we call school farm.
Yeah.
They were asking us to bring yam. Our parents will give us yam. We bring to the school. The school will have school farm.
Yes.
We produce yam, produce corn, produce all those
pineapple,
things. And we do handwork where we produce brooms and other things.
I follow.
And some of these things, school can also sell to the public market, or even do it as a gift to some of the students that have done well. They can give you handwork. They can give you yam or whatever. Do you understand me? So all these things, we abandon them, and we think that the society will be fair.
The only thing is that people still don't understand the place of leadership in any society. All these things are within the realm of idealism. All these things we are saying, without proper leadership, it cannot come, it can manifest, it cannot gel. If you look at nations, let me even use China, Singapore as a reference point. I said, as at 1978, China was a backward economy. China was poor. It took a leader in the person of Zipong to change the narrative. So also Singapore.
Yeah.
You know, it took Lee Kuan Yew to change the narrative, and from that time there was a kind of standard set in leadership. That's on leadership. So we have this idea, this will happen without right leadership. You see, policies of government drives everything in the society.
I agree to that effect.
When one is don't have right leadership, right policies, even if you bring right policy without right leadership, all these things cannot work. So I had His Excellency Fubara last week. I think when the chief people visited him, he said he's going to focus on agriculture, health, and education. I was happy because this is what some of us have been advocating here. We should do less with this bridge. It's doing more harm to us. This agriculture, let us watch. Let him come up with a robust policy and make it clear to all of us that this is where you're starting in agriculture, this is where you're going, this is where you're ending.
Okay.
So we now kind of analyze this policy and make our input, whether it is a policy that will really leave this state, that will generate more income to this state, that will engage citizens of this state and make agriculture a business.
All right.
So, and that is where I'm also looking at when we put this in, and it's a leader. It's a leader that walk his talk.
Okay.
Now we will not begin to kind of see the thing that happened in the past coming up again.
So good leadership will set the right structure, and the people can flow. All right. We have to go for the news. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation. Please stay with us. No advert, so we'll just continue. We should continue immediately, but I would have.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The federal government has predicted that 94 towns are at risk of a 5-day flooding beginning Tuesday, July 16 and ending July 20, 2024. The Minister of State for Environment, Isiaq Salako, disclosed this to newsmen. Salako said the identified locations and their environs would likely witness heavy rainfall that may lead to flood within the prediction period. He listed towns in River State including Port Harcourt, Onne, Okrika, and Bori, among other states. Salako, however, urged stakeholders in the country to mitigate the flooding. On weather, the Cameroonian government had notified the ministry of when it would open floodgates of the Lagdo Dam. The minister stated that it was the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation that manages dams. Meanwhile, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has warned of major floods in certain local government areas of River State. Making this known in Port Harcourt during a workshop tagged Downscaling of Flood Early Warning Strategies for Early Actions, the director in charge of risk reduction at NEMA, Godwin, canvassed support from the local government authorities to mitigate the effects of the flood. On his part, the zonal director of the agency, Babatunde Adebiyi, said that 13 local government areas have been identified and the agency is working to prepare them for the coming flood. Some of the high-risk LGAs identified include Ogba, Egbema, Indoni, Degema, and Ahoda East and West, among others. The Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency, in the year 2024 annual flood outlook, predicted that 31 states with 148 local government areas are to be within the high flood risk areas, while 35 states, including the FCT, and 249 LGAs are considered to fall within the moderate flood risk areas, and the remaining 377 LGAs are forecasted for the low flood risk areas. The International Monetary Fund has cut its forecast for Nigeria's economic growth in 2024 to 3%. The downgrade is contained in a new release report in July 2024 World Economic Outlook published. The IMF cited a weaker growth recorded in the first quarter of the year as reason for the new forecast. The downgrade represents 0.2 percentage points below the earlier forecast of 3.3%. The downgrade followed weaker than expected gross domestic product and growth recorded by the country in the first quarter 2023. On the foreign scene, schools and universities across Bangladesh have been shut until further notice after 6 persons were killed in protests over quotas in government jobs. University students have been holding rallies for days against the system of reserving some public sector jobs for the relatives of war heroes who fought for the country's independence from Pakistan in 1971. Some jobs are also reserved for women, ethnic minorities, and disabled. Students argue that the system is discriminatory and they want recruitment based on merit. Several cities, including the capital, Dhaka, this week witnessed clashes between supporters of the anti-quota movement and their opponents, particularly the student wing of the governing Awami League, known as the Bangladesh Shatara League. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikementima. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
On this day in history, 17th July. In 1814, Matthew Flinders published a book titled A Voyage to Terra Australis. In this book, he detailed his circumnavigation of Australia, and he was the first person to name the continent Australia. Sadly, he died a day later. In 1902, American mechanical engineer Willis Carrier completed drawings for what became the first modern air conditioner. In 1936, a well-planned uprising by nationalist rebels against the Republican government of Spain began, and this led to a bloody civil war that lasted until 1939. In 1955, the popular theme park Disneyland, which is also known as the happiest place on earth, was opened by Walt Disney in Anaheim, California. And in 1984, the United States passed a National Minimum Drinking Age Act prohibiting citizens under 21 from buying or possessing alcohol as a condition of receiving federal highway funds. On
this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Every day on Today 95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us, it's about you, your opinion, and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation on Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1fm, 1FM, voice of the people.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are 2 sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, thank you for staying with us. Let's continue our conversation at this point. Straight to opinion poll. The conditions for Nigerians that want a visa to go to the United Arab Emirates, as announced by the federal government broke the news that the ban has been lifted. I read some of those conditions. Let me go through some of them again. And the question I want to ask is, has the federal government done you good? By the way, Japa is not cheap. Anybody tells you that Japa is cheap is lying to you. Japa is not cheap. In this country that you want to move to, they want to be sure that you're not going to be a problem to them. And that is expensive. You have to show them proof of where you're going to stay. You have to show them that you have a certain amount that will sustain you for a certain period, and you're not going to inconvenience anybody because you want to come to their country. Especially when you're not going on, what they call it, is the expatriate visa, where the company is the one inviting you. The company provides those things for you, so you're going on the account of that company. But when you're going by yourself, it's a different matter, completely. Anyway, you're expected to have $10,000 in an account for 6 months. That's they call it proof of something. I've forgotten the name, proof of something. And they're also supposed to pay a non-refundable fee of 640,000 naira for what's called a DVN. A DVN. Part of the requirements. And I ask a simple question. Has the federal government done well with these conditions list for visa to the UK, to the UAE? Mr. Ekine?
Well, like you stated in your opening, apparently every country has different ways in regulating, if you like, visitors or people coming to their country for whatever purpose. At diplomatic level, yes. At bilateral relations level, yes. Then on consideration of their own internal security and economics, of a lot of considerations, and that's what will inform the conditions that will be placed. Also, looking at the volume of application for such visits. So you could imagine that, you quarrel today, but it's not the same condition about another country. Perhaps that other country, people are not applying that much to go to that country. So these decisions are taken in consideration of a lot of factors. And also considering also how your people have behaved in that place. Perhaps it's a deliberate restriction, so they raise the bar. Yes. That's why it's always instructive that when you represent your country as an ambassador of your country when you go elsewhere. So, but whether the federal government is done or is it the federal government that it's not usually the federal government that will even set the conditions for a visit.
But basically, the government was asking for lift the visa ban. So the UAE said, okay. we are lifting the ban, but these are the conditions.
So apparently, you see what I have saying now. So it's not, you now see your quest also will shape the conditions. Your desire, your I won't come, now your country won't go. If you bluffed, there's also a way it will shape the condition. These are things we have known. Incidentally, with all modesty, my first paper, right, with respect to First Degree University of Port Harcourt, is in terms of foreign policy implementation. And then at that time, in my study, I discovered that Nigeria at the time had a clear-cut, if you like, national interest. Do we still have any now? I doubt. So I even wonder how we formulate our foreign policies. So your foreign policy will be formulated based on your national interest. And then that national interest will define your relationship with other countries. So that when I say, for this country, we bluff them, we don't care. Those are the days where sometimes it may be visa-free to visit certain countries, where your country is strong enough to say, I boycott certain relations with certain countries. It's this same Nigeria, we could boycott relations with Israel, boycott with Australia, because they were not consistent with our defining national interest for our foreign policy, when Nigeria played a role to say Africa as the centerpiece of Nigeria foreign policy. So if you dared any African country, even if you're the UK or you're the US, but if you dared to relate in any African country in a way that Nigeria felt it wasn't good, Nigeria would sever relations with you. But not now anyway. So that's the point. So now you say, we were desperate. We wanted, even Nigerians who are in the UAE. I have a friend who was almost like a family friend here, and my children even know him. He's in Dubai. And then when he got back to me talking, the conditions they were going through, and then the conduct and behaviors of Nigerians in the UAE, particularly in Dubai, and then also how they restricted them from even coming back. In this case, even there, to come and see his family here in Obibo was a problem. To renew his visa was a problem. So it became that tough that the Nigerian states began to broker this kind of relationship. Okay, let us just open. That's why they're giving this kind of conditions. But otherwise, whether they've done us good, relatively, in some way, some consideration, yes. Because you see this condition, you and I may consider stringent here. Maybe hallelujah to some persons, and particularly those who really even want to go. Who are the class of Nigerians that go to the UAE, particularly Dubai? Now, still them. The politically exposed persons for their holidays and all of that. But what about the average Nigerian who want to go for business?
Those persons were not blocked from getting to the UAE.
They were not blocked?
The UAE gates were not closed permanently for all Nigerians.
Oh, excellent. Oh, it was
Nigerians were still flying
to
the UAE and out. Even Nigerians, some business people.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
They have their base
some
there.
big boys.
Right? They were still entering the UAE.
Yeah.
This perhaps will be for those that are looking for a first-time entry.
Oh, excellent.
A first-time entry. You go to the embassy, say, give me a visa, I want to come to Dubai. They'll pass you through all of these conditions.
Okay.
And then those with questionable records, they'll look and say, okay, your actions will be flagged there and there. But I know people that go to Dubai like...
Okay. So the country did all a mix of good and some. Good in the sense that, however I look at it, there's been a lift and then there's been an opening. It will enable those who will be able to afford. Then on the other side, I think the desperation was some sort of not a good bargaining strength to the extent that you could have this kind of conditions.
Let me go to Chief Okere. I heard that it's best for time, so let me see if I can take reaction. $10,000 is nothing for you now. Just have proof of funds.
Now, Miss, I'll go home with Chief today.
Just have $10,000 proof of funds in your account for 6 months, not touched. You pay $640,000 non-refundable fee for what they call DVH. I think it's DVN. DVN as part of the conditions for you to get a visa to UAE.
How long should I
leave
that? How long should I leave that $10,000?
6 months untouched.
Before I even think about traveling to UAE.
It's part of your conditions now for them to give you a visa.
Please, can you help me convert the $10,000 to
$10,000? That's almost 10 million or 150 million. That's almost 150 million. The last I checked,
at 1,500.
1,500, almost 150 million.
Really? How much is it? It's $10,000.
It's almost 150 million.
15 million.
15 million naira.
50 million naira.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, many people can do that.
Small money now.
It's small money to a lot of people in Nigeria,
including the one,
can be able to do that. If it is my priority, if it's a priority to me, if I have something doing in UAE that I know that will, will be of benefit to me, maybe by next year, so I can start now to invest to do that. So, but for now, I don't have any reason. I don't have any need.
Is this harsh?
Very harsh now. Very harsh. That is another way of telling you that we do not still want you. That's indirect way of telling you that we do not need you. So it's only those who must. The last of Atiku them who have a lot of investment.
Atiku can be affected by this ban.
That's what I'm saying now. Also, there are several persons that this is nothing. But remember that if this is a condition, it means that within 6 months you cannot travel to UAE until this thing is sustained.
No, not really. You can just show them if you have above $10,000 in your bank account,
it will be there,
right?
On top. Not that it has
that's
gone
why I asked the question.
come out.
Does it have to be for a period of 6 months? It's been
for
steady
instance,
there.
they want to check.
When that
minimum amount, that minimum amount
that it has gone in and out,
whether you have withdrawn, not withdrawn, your minimum amount of $10,000 in your account is there. Okay.
At the time you want to go, or for the period of 6 months?
No, at the time you want to go, when you apply for the visa now.
Kelly, if that is the case, I normally, not even in case of this UAE, I normally see, there was a time I went to the bank and I wanted to make a withdrawal. It was a little big amount of money, up to tune of 4 or 5 million. Somebody who said he wanted to travel was pleading with me. I said, please,
just put it
in my account, and I will transfer it back to you here now. And his bank officer, also confirmed that to say, okay, do that. And I actually did that. I said, why? He said he wants to let that trend of
proof of funds,
yes, flow into my account and go out. So it's not just this UAE.
No, I know that this one is standard.
It's one of the conditions. Even those traveling to America,
yes,
they would like to see a statement of account. But what I'm trying to find out in this one is this money going to be permanent residing in your account?
They said at least for 6 months.
It should be there.
It's a problem now.
6 months.
It's a problem, so you can't go.
There are people in Nigeria that have above $20,000.
That's what I'm saying
in their account now. So even if they make withdrawals, they spend that minimum of $10,000 is still there.
Kelly, if you want to do random sampling, you start from where you are. Here that we are now.
Not this studio. No, don't take this studio, please. Don't take the sample here. Don't expose us.
Yourself may have over $100,000 in your account.
Richard is smiling.
This is a joke.
Richard is smiling.
This thing I just said is
just a joke.
So they don't.
That's why I said she don't take the sample from here.
Please,
So for me, is their country, and they have given you their standard. It's not left for you to either accept or you leave. Maybe go to Ghana, go to Benin Republic, go to Cote d'Ivoire. They are all countries.
Has the federal government done well with this as
that when you want to release something that is in a cage, you don't just open it wide.
Okay.
You open small, small. It's just like those working in oil and gas industry. When you want to, unlock a valve, you don't just roll it immediately. You just open it gradually so that you don't cause explosion. So what they are doing now, they have told us that okay, people can come, but this is the condition. Small. They will lessen the condition. It will reduce. So it's a welcome development for those who want to go to UAE for now. For now, I don't have anything to do there.
Well, it's unfortunate that this is where Nigeria already descended to. I think that diplomatically, that is an insult to Nigeria.
How?
What would be the beg?
I think Nigeria should respond. There's what we call, in diplomacy, there's what we call reciprocity. Reciprocity. That reciprocity means that as you treat me this way, I also find a way to treat you that way. Balancing the power.
If you are in advantage position.
Wait, listen. We are.
Balance of power.
Dr. Bina doesn't know that the sovereignty supervises.
He's a diplomat in a way.
What do they want from us? Oil.
We are.
They have oil.
They don't have oil.
UAE.
They depend mainly on
tourism.
On
UAE tourism.
Sand and tourism. It's not Saudi
Arabia. They don't have oil.
It's not Saudi Arabia.
UAE has oil. Challenge me.
They don't have the kind of oil Nigeria also.
You may say so, but they have
depend more on the tourism and the sand. UAE
the question is whether you.
So what we are saying is that in foreign policy formulation, one of the determinants is your economic capability, and that is why any country, even including small countries in Africa, can insult Nigeria presently.
Rwanda.
And it's a big problem because it cannot be a real player within the international arena when you are weak in these areas. Militarily you are weak, economically you are weak, and you cannot. As a giant of Africa, I don't have that respect. Again. So, if Tinubu administration want to use it as a PRO or whatever that they have listed in this set, it do more harm. For a country like UAE to give us such conditions and you begin to make noise that they have lifted visa ban. How do you do this? Yes, maybe they were angry with the money Nigeria was owing them before now.
The airlines.
Yes.
Their tickets.
Yes. It's not because of what people commit and all those things. They also have criminals in their country.
No, but they particularly complain about the behavior of some Nigerians.
Yeah. Even their own people behave like that.
It's true now.
Even their own people behave like
that. But they don't need visas.
No. So the point we are saying is this: no nation is independent. There is this interdependent relationship that exists within the international political system. Because what I have, he don't have it. The other person don't have it. There are things that these people need from us. We stop them from assessing it. And if we can stop them, they will not behave the way they are behaving to us now. But because of the fact that we don't even have professionals manning our diplomatic activities, manning our foreign, we don't have professionals. Politicians that are.
So where our diplomacy minister of
they are not using them. It's just like time planners are not used to do whatever thing we have. Yes, that's what is happening in this nation. So the core drivers of foreign policies are not there.
Okay.
If not, the president would have been properly advised. What is that will have a comparative advantage over UAE?
UAE that they need to.
and we use it to deal with them.
What is it?
What is it?
And they will rescind for their decision.
That's what the professionals would have advised the
Exactly.
president on.
They would have rescinded from that decision because what they did is an incentive to accept it.
Okay. It's already accepted now. The government has announced that
So,
the restriction is now lifted.
It's not lifted.
It's lifted now.
Yeah, it's not lifted with that stringent condition. Who are those who are going to process new decision? Well, for those who are so crazy about the UAE, they should go. What is there? Because of what they will see.
One very significant aspect you raised there. Okay. One very significant thing that the doc raised here, which I think could be a factor, is the dependency issue. Because whatever relationship, and even the analysis of all those kind of things, right? There's one international politics dependency theory. Is the fact that you will consider yourself, what am I having in exchange in this our relationship? You can't lose facts of you can't joke with that. What is it that we are taking? Chief keep asking, what are we taking to the UAE? What are they taking from us? What do we need from them? What even to buy clothes? You're going to Dubai to go to the malls to buy clothes to come and sell here.
Okay.
There is no way you will have some kind of parity in your relationship, in your policies with them. They are like unequals. Chief man will always say sovereignty supervises sovereignty. In international politics, it will be asymmetrical relations where two countries, right, are unequals. You will just be wasting your time and thinking that you're getting into the. They will give you the conditions. I know what there's a term for that. But in English, translating in English, is that we set the condition like a standard form contract. We set the condition. It's either you accept or you reject it. So when he said, Mr. President was not properly advised, does he have a choice to say, no, I'm not accepting it, shut down or still hold your visa or hold your peace, stay there, we are not coming?
How much was $10,000 from 2 years ago?
There you are. When it was about 190 something dollar to a naira.
No, 2 years ago it was 4 something now.
2 years ago.
4 something under Buhari.
4 something.
How much did Buhari leave?
It was 460.
That was about when level. When he said 2 years ago, this government is just 1 year. 2 years ago was less than 400.
It was 2-3 to something.
No, the CBN rate, and that was when we still had the CBN rates and they had the parallel market rate. The CBN was giving dollar for about 4 something. That's what the CBN was giving, about 450 or so.
That should be close to the exit of Buhari's administration.
2 years ago, Buhari was still in power 2 years ago now. Buhari was in power 2 years ago.
Buhari just left last year.
That's why when I even said 2 years ago.
It's all right.
So I'm looking at the possibility that why this money seems huge, right, could be our exchange rates, our current exchange rates. Because I know somebody that left for Canada about two years plus now. The proof of fund required then was 5 million naira. It has to remain in the account. Their dollar rates.
No, but this condition is denominated in dollars, not naira.
That's what I'm saying now.
So
the figure may not have changed from their end. The figure may not have changed from their end.
Because of exchange.
But our exchange rate has made it.
We are bought because it's now 15 million.
Our exchange rate will make it more.
I think even in the dollar denomination would have changed.
No. The dollar is still the dollar.
No, I mean the condition they had. Not about the dollar changing.
I don't know the last condition, but I'm just saying.
We'll find it out.
I'm just saying because the person that went to Canada, it was 5 million that was required as proof of funds, and was jealously guarded.
Nothing touches it.
Jealously guarded. They said we don't know when they will request for this thing. We don't want issue. And we want to buy. Not touch the accounts. Not touch until they left. So it could be the exchange rate.
Then if it is that, then if it was 400, then that wouldn't have been more than $2,000.
No. If it is $10,000, 400.
That'd be like
no. At that time, 5 million.
That would have been about. Is it 2 million something?
I'm looking close to 4 million.
4 million something. Yeah, 4 million.
Of what? Of naira?
Yes. 4 million.
That's
$460, $10,000, like 4 million or so. Yeah, like
so that's what I'm saying. So it meant that if the person was looking for 5 million, right, of naira at 400, then it will be up to $10,000.
Then,
yes,
very possible. And
Kelly, there's another angle we're not looking at. We're not seeing. Why are people leaving the shore of this country to those places? Those are the critical thing and question you must ask. If your economy, if your settings are okay, why do you need to travel out? if everything is put in place, the healthcare, the transport system, the electric systems, the jobs, and all that, if those things are in place, why do you need to travel out? You can only go for one holiday
or business
and all that and come back.
Why is the president supposedly, in quotes, looking to buy a new jet to travel out?
Start 10 meetings.
Which meetings?
It's for enjoyment. That's what I put it. For him to enjoy.
If the president stayed home, would Nigeria cease to function?
No. See, as a nation, as an independent nation, a sovereign nation, there are organizations and associations he belongs that he must attend those periodic meetings.
Must the president be present in all of those meetings?
They are very sensitive meetings that the president must attend.
Most of the meetings. How do we categorize most?
Is the status of the organization and then even the role that you play in that organization. You can imagine that the General Assembly of the United Nations,
the US will say African Leaders Summit, will enter jet, will rush there.
No, not that kind.
China will say African Leaders Summit, will enter jet, will rush there. Russia will say African Leaders Summit, will rush, will go there.
Kelly, you know what again? Even if it is the list of the meetings, it also depends on the nation that is involved. You see these countries you mentioned, these great 8 frontline countries. Even if it's a committee of meetings.
The way we live our lives in this country, the way we are in this country,
prestige.
all those
when it comes to international, their prestige.
So
it's for smaller countries.
No,
not for US and Germany.
Please go on.
Let me quickly end it by saying the government should look inward. It is a point telling them that we don't want the people. We've had series of unruly behaviors from the people. And by this time, we don't want them any longer. Because at this economy today, I don't know who can have that $10,000 in his account for 6 months. I know. In the economy, I'm talking of the system. I'm not talking of the political class. I'm talking of those average people. Then why did they cry that the street is hungry? Why did you cry that you're hungry? If you have $10,000 in your account, for example. So let the federal government sit back, look back to their own places. People will come down here if those things are put in place. If you can stay 24-hour lights, security, and all other things, you see people coming down. Why are you going now? That's what I asked. So Kelly, the federal government has not done any good. They've only tell you don't come to our place.
All right.
We are only doing this to put a clavets we've opened. But how long and how far it will go, let's wait and see.
Okay, I'm seeing my governor on TV.
It's not your governor.
No, you have some. Kelly, this one we can jointly see with you, Kelly. Kelly, this one we can jointly see with you. All the house can jointly see with you.
I disagree with you.
We are all rivers. You are the rivers man. You are the rivers man. Is that Sasimi like Fubara?
By the way,
he didn't say my state governor.
My governor is wearing a NYC uniform, looking sharp, and trying.
Can you call his name, not your dog? Call the man's name.
He gave all coppers in the states 100,000 naira.
5 billion naira.
So each of them was 100,000
naira. Niger gave 200,000.
Bago is not my governor. That's my governor. I like that. My governor.
I mean, there's a governor who has beat you.
200,000 to one person.
Yes, to one person.
This sharing of money, sharing.
There are about 1,600 people.
They will not talk about building.
Yes, it just build them up.
Industries.
They will share money. I want to take a view of Mr. Ndukwe. I just want to admire my governor. I have a right to admire my governor.
Who is your governor?
No one is taking from you. No one is taking from you.
Kelly, whenever I say sovereignty, supervisory sovereignty, it goes beyond certain things. You see, these are critical issues where government will represent its people for its people to have confidence and faith in it. So government, as you ask, whether they are managing the whole thing well, the answer is no. That no is even in capital letters. But which one can we say they've managed well even? You see, they seem to be in a hurry on everything. If Nigeria and UAE eyeballs, they look at themselves and can look at their eyeballs and say, I don't accept this thing you have done, I'm going to reciprocate.
Thank you.
You will not see this kind of thing, Kelly. Unfortunately, we are men, but we are actually women. And this shameful when a man is treated like a woman and the woman is now treated like a man. What kind of thing will they? More or less, they don't want anybody from Nigeria, but Nigerian government has been, in fact, pressurizing them with the citizens. I want to come. Once you are here now, it's just like you are in a thick bush, and you hear that people in Port Harcourt are doing this and that. There's something they will give as light. You say, you mean everywhere will be shining? He said, I want to come. In fact, you may run from there naked and come to Port Harcourt to see light. That's exactly what is happening between us.
Wow.
Yes, because how can they tell you 15, is it 15, what?
$10,000.
Good, $10,000. Let me come down
we don't
to
know the visa fee. We don't know the visa fee.
Now you keep it, Kelly. You keep it for 6 months, you won't touch it. The people don't want you now. And if you think you can endure without going there, there's only there. So that's why you want to go there. What is here? Can government of Nigeria come and then find foreign people that way who want to visit to look for what now here? To come so that the crude oil theft and every other thing.
Where they are coming now?
Please, to do what?
They come?
To do what?
They may not be coming as portfolios, but they are coming as individuals, and they are tapping from huge resources. After all,
no, those ones are different.
Yes,
individual.
Daily Alake says majority of persons mining our solid mineral sector are foreigners.
Yes,
the Chinese.
God, no, Kelly. This is different.
They came for a sector.
The conditions of their coming to your country.
The conditions. How do you mean?
What I'm discussing here.
The conditions of their coming to
your country. It's not just about the coming. It's also about the conditions.
We have a government now, don't we?
No, we do have.
Who is supposed to? Well, everything we said is about foreign policy.
There are two ways to it. It's not just about the coming. When you're also asking someone that please come, person says no, I don't want to come. Say please come my house now. Even your transport, I will pay for you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that's different. So that's what I'm saying. So you find out, baby, Chinese coming to your country, you are begging them to come and nest the resources that you have. You probably don't have the technology to do so. Then you think you give stringent conditions for their coming. Like I said, you say, please come. I'd rather even pay your transport.
Kelly is deep when you hear, as you make your bed, so you lie on it.
Yes.
That's how our government has indeed made us. For me, when you always ask, do we have a solution? I will also rightly tell you, no, perhaps long in future. Because for now, government is not even sincere. They are not showing any sign of changing the situation. So let us continue whenever they want.
In the first place, what do we even going to derive from UAE? This is also a country that disgraced us sometime last year when Tinubu, this idea of there are going to be investment summit.
And they rejected him.
You know, they denied it. I cannot see. You see, this thing is a problem in Africa.
Okay.
And except African leaders or one institution of legitimacy had a match.
Chief, quickly. You see, the truth is that there's a saying that the more you look, the less you see. That was when one of them was saying that there should have been equal reciprocation. I said, what are we going to? I now said that is if you find yourself in the side of advantage, because it's very possible that the Nigerian government is trying to protect the investments of some bourgeoisies in UAE.
But those persons are not affected by this visa ban.
No, now see now.
They can't. Okay, let me say they may not be affected by the visa ban.
No. I quite agree with you.
Is about and going
but
out.
some of, if you have investment outside the country, you may have your people too that are not as rich as you that are also going there because of that investment. Perhaps that the market, for instance, I used to hear, I have not confirmed, that some of our Nigerian past leaders also to say have refineries outside the country. So if you are making policies here, you will try to do everything possible to protect that investment over there.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that, assuming that Nigeria, I'm from a chain now, I produce food in quantum, and maybe
where is it food?
I live in Port Harcourt, or I stay in Port Harcourt.
He's assuming.
Okay.
Please go on.
I live in Port Harcourt, and one thing or the other happened, and the Queen man asked me not to come to Port Harcourt again, that I should go. And the Queen man is depending on my food to survive. But I'm only here because of industrialization or whatever. And I decide to go, and I want to say, okay, don't come to a chair for food. I have starved them. There will not be a reason for us to come to a round table to talk, negotiate, and so that everybody will now, have peace. So now, if UAE knows that if we give Nigeria this stringent condition, Nigeria will also give us stringent condition in the other way. They wouldn't have done that.
They wouldn't.
Let me. I'm seeking solutions to this because that's the question I asked. State assemblies filled with governors loyalists. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is the one making this lamentation. I think we know it's true, but I only feel like the place where there might be a bit of a disparity is when they are having fresh elections. Let's say the governor is leaving, he's not coming back. They're having fresh elections. There will be some settlements now. Support me, I will put you in this position, support me, and all of those things. But politicians understand what I'm saying. Anyway, Tuga says state assemblies are filled with loyalists of the governors. So they just do the bidding of the governors. In fact, he even says local government chairmen that show that they are loyal, they are promoted. Their promotion is with elections into the State House of Assembly, according to him. Right? We also then talked about the LG Supreme Court's ruling that is now going to take the control away from the governors and place it in the LGAs. Some people argue to the contrary, that those elections are going to be decided by the governors. It's only their loyalists that will get into those offices. And you can't get in there and begin to tell the governor that you are receiving a percentage of 20%. Because 10% is going to be shared amongst the LGAs now.
Yeah.
So you receive a percentage of 20% and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think we all agree that this may be true as far as our system is concerned.
Kelly, I don't know if I can talk.
Quickly.
Okay.
You like talking to them.
Is it true? Is it true? I have to put the phone line.
I am a political analyst.
Okay.
And I'm a partisan politician. So when I talk with the combination of facts with experience that I have in politics. You see, what the man have said is not limited to the state, even at the national level to some extent.
Is it true?
Even at the national level to some extent. That was why the former Senate president, in the person of what's his name?
Ahmad Lawan.
Lawan came to national television and told us that whatever that Buhari wants him to sign, that he was going to sign it.
But Buhari couldn't have influenced his election now to return. But that was possible.
No, but he made a statement after when he won, after winning the election. Okay? Now, even this one that are here now, before the election of Akpabio, there was a meeting. The National Assembly elect as at then, there was a meeting where they met and agreed that they are going to elect Akpabio because Mr. President
wanted him.
Said, please, this is my candidate, this is the person I want. And they flow through. Otherwise, there would have been people who would have, other people would have also.
So you're saying that it's not just at the states, even national is happening.
At all, it is all around. That is why people call them sometimes rubber stamp.
Okay, so
to say.
It's all right. My question is, can this change? That's the question.
It's very possible. It's even changing gradually. You know why I say it will change? We are getting to a point where people are placing less value to political parties, but they look at themselves as people from a particular state, and this is what we feel that we can do.
Okay.
That is why you have this issue of PD, APC, LP, PDP, all those kind of things. They play down on political parties and focus on what their interest is. What their interest is, they move on to it. So if you are a governor, for instance, there are certain things that you will do and you will lose the grip of the assembly. They will be on their own. In early 80s, when Okilo was governor of Rivers State, as a small boy, as a young boy that I was as at then, if Okilo wants anything from the speaker or from House of Assembly, Okilo will drive his 504 to go and meet the speaker
the speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly to go and meet him and say, please, this is what Obidima is here to confirm if I'm lying or saying the truth. He will be the one that will go and meet the speaker. Not the speaker now coming to even wait hours before he will be able to see the governor. That is what's obtainable now. Because it surprises me. Because if you read the history of democracy, you will discover that the most powerful arm of government is supposed to be the legislature. But because of the love for money, because the executive seems to be the one that controls the resources, the legislature relegated their powers to be subsumed by that of the executive. That is why what is happening. But it can change with time.
So it can change.
It can change with time. That's caveat.
Can it change?
No, it won't change. It will be very fine in future. See, Kelly, if you do not know, there's one thing Chief Okere mentioned here, but instead of being blunt in saying this, they will always be peppering it or pampering it. See, let me say it. This thing here they call democracy does not exist here in Nigeria. And that is why he says in the study of democracy, then when you have a different system in this country and then you want what is different to be applying to what happens in your place, the legislature is the strongest organ in a democracy. But does it exist in Nigeria? The answer is no. So this thing will continue. It will continue until perhaps I don't know how many years in future. For now, status quo. And let me delve into Harry's field. Status quo will be maintained.
I hope it is not in
Kelly, as far as the executive controls the resources of a state, it will not change. That is all about it. The autonomy of the assembly should have changed the game, but there is no autonomy for these various assemblies, state assemblies. And as far as the executive is the person who is going to sign your budget, release it to you, what happens if he does not release it? Won't you come to him? It will not change. It will continue. Is it now that Tuga is knowing that majority of states are controlled by their governor, assembly are controlled by the governor? Is it today? He has not talked about the federal where he is. He also coming from a state. It will continue. The system has not created such a time that the assembly can say, I can draw up my own, I am independent, so I can't go to the governor. I can't look at him and say, you can go your way. Why I have my money? That's only when things can change. But as far as the system is the way it is today, clearly nothing will change.
Dr. Bidima.
Well, I don't blame the governors. It's INEC, the system, the institutions. If INEC is doing the right things, election will be competitive. It happened in this country. I say this house has fallen. And there was a country in 1979. MPA, yes, there were a majority in the State House of Assembly. MPP was also there. But Kelly, if you see the robust debate that go on, and two, the governor, like what they are saying here, the governor Okilo didn't have all the resources. Aro Briggs was the speaker then. He was a lord. In fact, he was the head of the parliament. That the executive also behold to him as he also behold to the executive, and that's what's supposed to happen in a democracy.
Okay.
Legislature and executive, and the judiciary had their way of doing things without any interference from the political class. If INEC can help and the court system we have presently in this country have also contributed in destroying what remain with, as far as democracy is concerned.
Okay.
Let me use Chief Okere as an example.
I have to put the phone line.
He was handpicked as a delegate.
Where?
For their congress.
Where?
You know?
Who?
So
okay, don't respond. He said don't respond to.
No, I want to correct that.
You know, he said
I was voted for.
he have a fact.
I was voted
Nobody
for.
voted for you.
I was voted for.
Just after all, one man bought from for every.
Exactly.
I was voted for.
So one man.
So you have a point.
I'm not just buying for. INEC collaborated to rig these elections to bring these people in.
Look at this man, oh.
As alleged by you.
No. It's not alleged. It is a common knowledge.
Dr. Bidman, as alleged by you.
So the point there is that when it's institutional failure,
so you don't see
that
this
is
changing.
creating some of this problem.
Do you see it changing?
They accept that
Institution is built.
Yes, if not, it's not the issue. Even the national delegate is if you will be opportune, you will be picked. Nobody will pick.
So they also pick you in Labour Party.
The point there is that
while you went as a delegate, they also picked you. So were you also picked? Were you also picked?
Please continue.
Yes, please. And the powers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I will continue to say, are compartmentalized to three organs of government, the same as the powers of the government of a state. No one is intended to be more powerful than the other.
Okay.
They are complementing each other. And then the same way, even in a democracy, even if we continue to say that the legislature appears to be the bedrock of democracy, it's in terms of representative democracy. The fact that that platform creates opportunity for more representation, not to the extent that any much greater power is vested in the legislature over the executive or the judiciary. That's why they check one another. They take all the functions are not even the same, so one couldn't have been more important than the other. The legislature under Chapter 4 of our Constitution, Section 4 of our Constitution, makes the law. The legislature cannot execute the law. So the legislature cannot act as any of the executive bodies. So the executive implements the law, and the executive cannot make law. Okay. The judiciary interprets. So I wouldn't absolutely agree to the fact that one, especially legislature, is stronger. But the statement we're analyzing here, that the legislature, unfortunately, in a democracy, this presidential kind of government we run today, appears that the executive is the chief executive officer, the president is the chief executive officer of this country, the governor is of the state, and so the legislature almost like comes subservient to, in practically in Nigeria, that appears to be the reality.
We already established that.
Yes,
and
so I do agree. Then can it change? Yes, it can change. It can change when we really uphold the provisions of our constitution, of the laws, defining the clear-cut functions of each of these organs, and religiously, or rather tenaciously holding on to it, so that one wouldn't see the other as being under. Take a state, for instance. You are the legislature elected and constituted to make laws. Make reasonable and responsible laws for us in a democratic society. And do not get yourself into the workings of the other.
Okay.
There is no way the executive, for instance, would also get into making laws and then leave the judiciary to interpret the laws. And if everybody is working in that regard, I think we could have a saner system. And that's what is intended. That's why we'll have it this way.
Okay. So we need to build our institutions.
We need to build our institutions. We need to uphold the rule of law, and then we need to also constrict ourselves to the responsibilities that we are set to perform.
So it's going to take a while for it.
It's going to take a little while, but it can also take just a short time.
Okay.
Because it's not difficult. The laws are already there, and the institutions are already there. It's not difficult for us to be deliberate to uphold the laws.
Perhaps it will come down to what Dr. Obidima said. If our electoral system is strengthened and people are elected based on their performance and the wishes of the people, and not from any external manipulation.
Discipline is another issue. You know, the aspect I consider discipline another issue is like, I'd ask the question sometime. Even if, Kelly, you bought a form for me, and probably because you saw my competence, and then I'm elected into an office, wouldn't I be disciplined enough to really that? I'm elected to to some responsibility and then an act out of it.
Also look at the character of people they are buying the phone for.
That's why I say discipline. Don't mean that those persons are not disciplined.
The reason I mentioned Dr. Bidiman's account, I referenced it is because unless we have a different set of people,
yes, disciplined individuals.
Unless we have a different set of people, the change we are seeking may not happen.
Yes,
it may not happen. And the only way those persons would emerge is when we have an election that is truly free, fair, transparent, and credible.
Even if you have a free and fair, transparent election,
the problem.
No, it's not. Sorry, sir. Even if you have a free, fair, credible election. And what is it? When to measure a free, fair, credible election is to conduct election in compliance with the provisions of the law,
yes,
and then to also have the election go through smoothly in that regard. Okay, but you could have free, fair, credible election, but electing the wrong persons.
Thank you very much.
At least people have a right. People have a right.
Then you elect the wrong persons. You elect people who cannot themselves
delegate to go and pick who.
Articles form was bought by people. P2B's phone was bought, but they later people bought phone for them. So is that the problem?
That's not the problem.
Yes, now
buy phone for someone is not the problem, but being disciplined.
Article said he's whatever bought phone for him. Even some governors, people bought phone for them.
Can I please?
Is there a problem?
Can I please open the phone lines? Can I please?
Who come and rubber stamp?
That was not happening in River State. We are aware.
0817. If you can hear me, 0817 0000951. 0810-951-0951. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
And then the factable panelists in the studio there. Greetings to you all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Robin Mada the Farmer, and I'm calling you from Eche. Kelly.
Yes, sir. Please go on.
One of the funniest stories is the actions being taken by River State PDP, the state legal advisor. And for me, when I see these things happen, I become happy every day. All these struggles I've been shouting is that porridge of beans, the porridge of beans, which is the pot of finance of River State. You know that the law says A, you are going to do B in a court that is manned by men and women supposedly with integrity, whose duty is to interpret the laws. They are boxing them to do what? Is it for them to pay back? This is by you to pay back based on the houses given to them and the SUVs previously or what?
Okay.
The party constitution provides that it's only the national level advisor that has right to appear in any matter that has to do with the party in this country. But look at what they are doing.
All right.
As I keep saying, the eyes is on the court. I remain on the matter the farmer.
Thank you so much. Thank you for reaching out. More calls as they come. Today 95.1. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, Mr. Kelly, good morning.
Please go on.
Mr. Andres, good morning.
Good morning.
Kelly, I'm here to disagree that PDP is a dead party. I disagree totally. But if because of one person that makes some person think that PDP will be or is a dead party, I disagree totally. Because we were in this country, we had Abacha, we had MKO, and the two of them were holding this country to ransom. But what would God do? What would God do at that time? He takes this one out. Democracy comes to say 1999. If some persons are in PDP thinking that they have turned themselves to God, I kept saying this thing in this station that I call. What gets God angry is when you want to take his place. When once you want to think that you are God, you want to become God, it gets him angry. And when he gets angry, there are some certain things he will do that some person will not please.
All right, that's your time. Thank you. We'll allow God to do what God will do. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and members of the panel. Pro-Fubara lawmakers urging INEC to conduct and replace Honorable Martin Amewuli and others. It's a welcome development. Let INEC do the needful. I want to take Lincoln West also join others to call on INEC to do the needful. LG Autonomy, 13 states rush to cancels. I didn't bring that story. I know read them. You see me present them. Kyari, Port Harcourt Refinery will commence production in August. I doubt it because the way and manner the authority concerned from the NNPC, they keep deceiving Nigerians, is getting out of hand and it's pathetic. Wanate Clinton West, thank you for reaching out. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, my name is Harry.
Harry, please go on.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Kelly, you asked a question in one of the topics in the discussions, and you asked if Nigerians are poor mentally. I really want to say that, yes, we are poor somehow mentally, and it's not just the followers, both the leaders. I'll take an instance. I am from River State here, and there was a certain man from a certain House of Assembly man from my community to have made impact in the lives of people and his constituents. But became, unfortunately, the community then had this bullfire bunkering activity that was going on. But he said something. He came to the town square meeting and said that he does not want the people to do this, that people are now making money more, that people are now making money more than him. And that he said he usually comes before the bunkering activity, he usually comes home with 100,000 naira, and then
can you custom? Your time is done already. 60 seconds. Right. Custom, please.
Okay. So my issue is, if our leaders are not poor mentally, they should know that they need to do a lot of education and they need to enlighten their people, their followers, and put things in order for them to thrive.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. It's like people like to use intentionally Dr. Obidimma and Chief Loveday Okere together in order to heat up the studio. You say I usually enjoy them a lot. Thank you. We're happy that you're happy. Phone lines are still open. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Okay, and to every other person in the studio. Okay, my name is Louis in Ruboku.
Okay.
I don't know if I can comment on the general post, please.
On the general post, how do you mean?
Okay, I want to comment on the comment by Kyari that the protocol refinery...
Go on.
Okay, I want to comment on this. The comment by Kyari that protocol refinery will commence by August. I think that the mistake was that they never Nigerians failed to ask Mr. Kyari which of the August, because you got the specific August 2024, because we see up more than 1.something million August ahead of us if the God of man have not come upon us. Because these people have told us a million times that protocol refinery will start in 2 weeks' time. And Mr. Kyari do not have the guts to come to face Nigerians to say, please, see. Me and my team, we are sorry. But any man who does not have such guts to come apologize for the promise you make, for the promise you made, that means I cannot, me and my family can never and will never take such man serious.
All right.
Comment.
Thank you so much. You made a very good point. August, you didn't say August 2024. Very good point. Greetings, Kelly. Lost revenue. Tinubu directs heads of security forces to crack down on oil thieves. Is Tompolo no longer in charge of oil pipeline installations? A surveillance job. Abi the 1 billion contract don't expire. The seat of Martin Amewule and his group of friends has already been declared vacant since 3rd of December last year by Right Honorable, the then duly recognized Speaker, 10th Assembly, So whatever Martin Amewule and his group of friends are saying does not hold water. Victor Okojumbo remains the recognized Speaker of River State House of Assembly. Any other person parading himself as Speaker of River State Assembly is unknown to Rivers people. All right. Special greetings to my senior brother, Chief Loveday Okere, Chikao. Thank God ability to thank you for reaching out. Phone lines are still open, by the way. Don't forget, I'm still taking calls. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Brown. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah. Okay, please, I want to ask 2 questions, please. I want to ask the lawyer in the studio. When they say stay of execution, or when the court give order, return people from doing certain things before the main issue be heard. what is the main issue that they say it is welfare before the jihad? Then another one again is saying, the Constitution, Section 109, people almost talk every day. Do we need the Supreme Court to interpret that section of the law, of the Constitution? Now, do we not say that the Supreme Court is now bigger than the Constitution? So I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have the answer. Sorry, there's no... Okay, there's a lawyer in the studio, but I don't want us to go there. State of execution, main matter... No, we don't have the time, sadly. Thank you for coming to my aid. Ostentatious lifestyle. That's the word I was struggling with. It went up my head. I'm like, what's that? Do this word now. Wachiku from Ajib, thank you so much. Thank you. I wish I had seen this message earlier, but I've used it and felt good. To a great extent, the followers have poverty of intellect. It is this kind of mentality that creates poverty of have-nots. Chino Achebe said it will take an enlightened citizens for the right leadership to emerge. John, wow, Google. I really do like. Phone line 0817-000951. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I greet everybody in the studio. I want to comment on the... it's me. I want to comment on the comment made by Okojombo-led House of Assembly.
Okay.
Telling INEC to conduct by-election. I want to tell them this morning, the matter is in Supreme Court. Let them allow Supreme Court to interpret it. They are the ones even took the matter to Supreme Court. Please let everybody back row till Supreme Court decide. This is my comment. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Frank, for reaching out. Kelly, are you seriously asking if Nigerians are mentally poor? Well, let me say it openly. Yes, we are. All our youth focus on social media learning and viewing or screening less impactful content. Government has made sure that our education system don't impact more to the next generation by withholding everything necessary to impact quality education. The youth now avoid their elders and grandparents calling them old school. In that case, losing out on concrete and valued native knowledge and thinking capabilities. Which is why you see crime has become the order of the day. It's a product of poverty of the head. We are gone like petroleum subsidy, according to Tinubu. Wow. Otubo W from Alu. Okay. Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, Kelly, good morning.
Please go on.
Yeah, and the August in the studio, I agree.
Good morning.
On the promise of the Port Harcourt refinery, getting functional by 1 month, is it August? Now, I listened to that man when he played his voice in the morning, and one place that got me scared is, yes, Kelly, sometimes my car was parked for a very long time, and I didn't dim it. I didn't know I should be going to warm the engine, because it's only the engine that was bad. When I was ready to start the car, the mechanic told me that I don't just start the car like that the engine has to be worked on before, so that it doesn't damage the engine. Fine. Now that man said that it is when the thing starts, when it starts running, that's when they will be knowing what fault, I don't know if you got that area, though I can't say verbatim how he put it now. That it is when the refinery gets running, that's how when they will be dictating what actually the fault is. What do you make of that? Okay, let's say that it is true. Does it mean that just servicing to kickstart it so that we can begin to dictate where the faults are is what they have been doing for how many years?
Okay.
And they are just coming now to tell us that it is when it starts running. It tells you that nothing is going to work. They will on it tomorrow, and next tomorrow they will tell you that they told you that they will be dictating force, and that's how it's going to be.
All right.
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much for reaching out. Some people coming to my aid. Yeah, this is what I was able to figure it out. The expression, proof of funds. Thank you also for sending that message. We can take 2 more calls, and that's the much we can take for the calls. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, Kelly, good morning.
Morning, sir. Please go on.
Again, I greet you.
Good morning.
And all the panelists, including the Temple Chief brother. My name is Longman. Kelly, the issue of PGP in River State, the court order restraining them, I think they are right. Because the man, I was listening to one of your panelists, Chief Love Dukere, was saying, making claim that there was a court order stopping anybody tampering with the structure of River State PDP. See, what happened in River State was that Desmond Akanwateno has already ended. If you understand that the people now currently they are operating on caretaker committee arrangements. So after their tenure, they have to say nobody should touch the structure. They should remain on temporary basis for 3 months. So the governor make a case on that matter, which we have already told them that this is the position of the national.
What is your point? We have to go. What is your point?
My point is that the man there is making an argument that there is no need for them to go to court.
That is his opinion. What is your point? What is your opinion?
My point is that let everybody remain until after the court.
Okay.
Thank you.
See? Kelly, good morning. On outlook-based issue, when Nigeria was under colonial and military rule, how many Nigerians went to their political leaders and asked if they wouldn't marry more wives? Dr. Obidima captured it well, that people's behavior is a product of leadership. Civil rule in Nigeria after colonial rule has always come with indiscipline, which has been a recurrent excuse for military incursion into politics. So it's the behavior of politicians in office that warrant the kind of demands or suggestions people make to them. DK, Port Harcourt. Final call today, 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, Kelly, good morning.
Morning, sir. Please go on.
Yeah, my name is Andy, the self-appointed special advisor to the governor on local government matters. Kelly, I want to ask a question. We had and we experienced and everybody saw that the South-South PDP chairman or coordinator or something like that was suspended recently. That should be 2 weeks ago. We are asking what was the problem that that man was sacked or suspended, that you cannot be able to see what the former governor of Rivers State has done in PDP. That up till now, that nobody has said anything. So what we are saying in essence is, Nigerians are watching whose political party is real political party and whose party is owned by 1 or 2%. The APC and the PDP, they are the same thing.
All right.
So what we are saying in essence that Nigerians should know the kind of party they want to join tomorrow, because the bourgeois are all over there. Thank you very much, and God.
Kelly and the hot panelists talking of the stringent conditions railed for those who intend to go to the UAE. My question is, if you have all that money to put these conditions or to meet these conditions to get a visa, why not settle down and enjoy yourself in Nigeria? This is absolutely crazy as far as I'm concerned. And this is UAEO. I wonder what the likes of the UK and the US will come up with. Simply goodness from Alakaya. That's the much I can take from traditional WhatsApp portal. Let's go to other SMS, the SMS channel. Hi, Kelly. Will it be derogatory to call Melekari a liar based on his failed previous promises of commencement of refinery operation? And is it not partiality for the truth to focus on fighting oil theft here? Ignoring gold theft and insecurity fueled hunger due to herders farmers clashes, the federal government, by her ad hoc measures toward the hardship and hyperinflation, are exposing their ineptitude and confused states while giving palliative drugs of rice that is not sustainable amidst the rising value of the dollar. Awa, thank you for that message. Give me a moment. All right, we'll take a few more comments from the traditional SMS portal. Okay, a lot of messages, we can't take all. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Your guest really funny. What does G stands for? I'm Igwe Ekperebu came from Obakri. What does G stands for? I wonder too. Morning, Kelly. The pleasant banter shared in the studio this morning is the highlight of my day. God bless you all. GK Martins, member G49. the pleasant exchange in the studio. Let me read it again for you. The pleasant banters shared in the studio this morning is a highlight of my day. God bless you all. Chike Martins, member G49. Welcome. That's the group I wanted to float now. G49 is the group I was thinking of floating, but I don't have the energy for it.
Ask what is G stand for. I already asked him to ask the equipment and the other people.
Wow.
Before you begin to and even the recent one of 2 days ago.
Exactly. Those ones that are even G60. Ask them.
The interim order restraining the PDP in the state is a good one. No one individual has a monopoly of court order to stop others in the PDP. What goes around comes around. The almighty PDP, welcome to the lifestyle of Rivers. APC, Honorable Malon, thank you for reaching out. Good morning, panel in the studio. PDP is dead and has been deposited in the mortuary way back 2023, waiting for its befitting burial in 2027. Perry, thank you for reaching out. Good morning, Kelly. I like the energy Dr. Obidima and Chief Love Dokere bring to the studio. How I wish you'll be featuring them every day. Yeah. Samuel, thank you for reaching out. People like drama. Good morning. The question you asked if Nigerians are mentally poor, it's a calculated plan by our leaders to keep us around them. If they provide work and keep us busy, who will they use as their tool during elections? Uche, Port Harcourt. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. I always enjoy their togetherness. The chiefs, who is my brother, and Doctor, the lecturer. Is it not time the entire Rivers people shut down this state to resolve the political instability once and for all? I traveled last week outside the state and I was ashamed for the negative instances in the state. Mr. Dennis, thank you for reaching out. Wike introduced appointing 200,000 polling unit aides and paid them 20,000 naira monthly after some appointees were hoping to earn 200,000 naira monthly. That man does not love... Mr. Law, what are you saying? Okay. Mr. Law, I've left it there. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the guest. I believe it's an insult to us Nigerians by giving us condition before coming to their country. From Kuku Godwin, Retama. That's on the UAE conditions. Tibuari left in May 29, 2023. CBN exchange rate was 422 naira per dollar. Okay, stand 422. Nigerians are not mentally poor, but the structure of our institutions made it look like we are poor. For example, within our local varsities, which we call universities, what are we really teaching to our students? Perhaps only how to pass exams. That is why today those that did engineering cannot construct our roads. Okay, Boku Darlington. I'll do 2 more here and then we'll leave here. Okay, this I suppose is not for me, it's for someone else. Kelly, on the trend of G's going on now in Rivers State, please, I would want Dr. Obidima and Chief Love Dokere to form G2. I used to enjoy the show so much whenever the both of them are present.
Thank God I've opened the way. I'm the G1. I've opened the way. It's from media. It's from media taking the other G's.
Wow. Good morning, all in the studio. I laughed at the chairman, Chief Love Dokere, in the studio. My reason is when he mentioned about some of these markets and the kind of plantain he saw, but did not talk of cassava. As of his position in Eche, what is he and Obako Eche doing to help these ones based on them? These ones based on them. Is he not aware of the crisis going on now within Abara Eche and cattle headers? John, you should go and fight the cattle headers. Go and fight the cattle headers. Ernest from Woji, Nigerians are mentally poor. Imagine the Prime Minister of Netherlands, after 12 years of service as Prime Minister, he rode his bicycle home from the presidential villa. If the man was an ordinary local government chairman and he served for 3 years, he drove a 504 vehicle home, believe me, his people will insult him. They will tell him his mates are flying private jets. They won't even give him chieftaincy title. In fact, they will banish him in the community. A country of rich people with poor minds. How can a normal person have more than 10 cars? How can a normal person live in 20 rooms, yet only has 3 children and a wife staying there? Ernest from Woji. I'm tempted to take more messages here, but I have to leave it. I'll just do a few from other platforms. Let's see if we can start with X. It's already 11:20. We'll just come back after this and take closing remarks today on the show. So let's see if we can open messages from X first. Just a few of them this morning. Uchendu, Kelly, for me, 640k application fee for UAE visa is cool. I don't see why we're making this an issue. What does UAE have to offer us that's making us see traveling to the UAE as important? For me, I'm unhappy over the lifting of the ban by the UAE. We don't need them. Okay. Emeka Elvis says, good morning, Kelly, and the panelists in the studio. I always tune to this program to learn because it's highly educative, and today it's a combination of both education and comedy. God bless Dr. Obidima and Chief Okere. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Inseparable with the truth puts it this way: if state assemblies are filled with governors' loyalists, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, a former chief of staff in one of the states brazenly confessed to a criminal act of writing results. And everywhere is quiet, as though a crime is very, very normal. Okay, let's leave here. Facebook is our next stop. Let's read a few from Facebook now. Just a few, very few. J. Daniel, concerning state assemblies filled with governors' loyalists, I totally affirm this, as we saw during the last administration of Ian Wike in the House of Assembly. Just one different party from the PDP. How can they work for the good of the state? So sad. I'm looking for solutions there. I'm looking for a solution. Arthur Jacob, it has become a norm in this country for the executive to regulate the other arms of government, which is not supposed to be. Mr. Kelly, I beg, plead with Dr. Elder Obidima to allow his colleagues to air out their views. Kinsley Okere, my name is Kinsley. It's unfortunate that the federal government entered into such agreement with the UAE government. How on earth did they accept these conditions? Now, wow, there is God. Agwanwo Godwin, it's not enough. UAE should do more. Okay. Success, look, it's unfortunate that the Nigerian government will enter such an agreement and conditions before our citizens can access a country that does not have much natural endowments like Nigeria. Okay. When will Nigerian government get a little shame and sit up to our responsibilities by providing development strides to accommodate our citizenry in our own country, Nigeria? Thank you for reaching out. General Post, a few. Newton Ekere, good morning, everyone. Lost revenue. Tinubu directs heads. Okay, that story. Mr. Tinubu knows those responsible for oil theft. He also knows that he doesn't have the power to go after them. Mr. Tinubu, knows what to do, but his hands are tied. Joel Ojuel, stopping PDP for having Congress in Rivers State is another problem waiting for escalation. Just see what is happening now in, is it Kana LGA? Demonstration is ongoing. Choma Kinsiwalu, we need peace and development in Rivers State. And Patrick Ransom, good morning. I think PDP national acting executive members have rendered the party useless as an opposition. As for Rivers Assembly, Governor Sims should continue to allow them seats in the state. He should continue to be loyal. One day, they'll just wake up and pronounce impeachment and the powers of from the FCC minister and that is fighting Rivers State. Would hold on to the pronouncement to further destroy his government. Okay, I'm sure I read that thing wrong. But then, Justin Leo, Daniel, okay. Let's close. Let me take your closing remarks. It's already 11:24, so I have to close now. Engineer Dekai Richard Kadam, MNSC Koren G1. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, the good people of River State. And for my lovely daughter, Daniela Kiadum Dekai, let me say, Ote. Boy, hello.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Doctor.
So
Daddy
begin to
loves
interpret something else.
her very much.
All right, that's great.
Dr. Obidima, journalist, international affairs analyst, lecturer, international diplomacy, River State University. Doctor, thank you.
Well, thank you, Kelly, for having me. And two, we'll continue to add our voice to ensure that River State come back to its past glory. And all the distractions we're witnessing in River State, the governor should strategically manage them and ensure that there's no further tensions. One, I advise that he should postpone the local government election.
All right.
To the next 6 months.
All right.
Let the tension come down.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Where is his name again now? Chief Loveday Okere, JP Square, social political analyst and community leader, voice of a changed nation living in River State. Chief, thank you, sir.
I want to thank our audience, the listening public. At least we enjoy them. We also learn from them each time they respond to our analysis. Just to tell them not to mind my father Obidima, who is always trying to bully me, but to the glory of God, I respectfully counter him each time he tries to do that. So, thank you, Nigerians. Thank you for this platform. I hope to see you next week.
Voila. Mr. Eric, the National Legal Advisor, Committee for the Defense of Human Rights, CDHR.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Another interesting outing today. But what's important is for us, River State, local government elections come up on the 5th of October. I use this opportunity to enjoin those who are going to vote. Please, you know the people around you, let us begin to set leadership right in our local governments. And please also conduct yourself during the elections.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
And our in-house analyst, Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe. Thank you, too.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians. Federal authorities, you should indeed try to stay in and then work out the modalities that could make you square up against nations that, in fact, you even are mowing down. Now, look at what UAE is doing to us.
That's our show, everyone. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Kelly Kemenjima is my name. Have yourselves a great day. Stay with Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history. On this day in history, 17th July. In 1814, Matthew Flinders published a book titled A Voyage to Terra Australis. In this book, he detailed his circumnavigation of Australia, and he was the first person to name the continent Australia. Sadly, he died a day later. In 1902, American mechanical engineer Willis Carrier completed drawings for what became the first modern air conditioner. In 1936, a well-planned uprising by nationalist rebels against the Republican government of Spain began, and this led to a bloody civil war that lasted until 1939. In 1955, the popular theme park Disneyland, which is also known as the happiest place on earth, was opened by Walt Disney in Anaheim, California. And in 1984, the United States passed a National Minimum Drinking Age Act prohibiting citizens under 21 from buying or possessing alcohol as a condition of receiving federal highway funds. On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
After oxygen, entertainment has to be the next best thing.
Because every chapter is unexpected.
At Today 95.1 FM, we know we entertain better, so we do it.
Life is too short to overthink your overthinking. So join us at 11:30 a.m. every weekday.
Let's give you a taste of sugar, spice, and everything nice.
Entertainment Today.
The ultimate entertainment extravaganza.
On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Fort Harcourt. News.
Hello and good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Uputu. In the headlines, Port Harcourt residents criticize federal government over insincerity in commencement date of Port Harcourt refinery. NEMA warns of major floods in some LGAs in River State. On the foreign scene, U.S. National Security Service increases protection for Trump over assassination plot by Iran. Details shortly. Now the details of the news. The River State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has restrained the People's Democratic Party, its national chairman, national financial secretary and the national organizing secretary from holding or carrying out the Congress in River State scheduled for July 27, 2024. Presiding Judge Justice Sobere Hambo, in an ex parte application brought by the Caretaker Committee Chairman of Emoa Local Government Area, David Omereji, and 10 others against the defendants, also stopped them from holding the Congress at any other location or date pending the determination of the motion or notice already filed. The court issued an order of interim injunction restraining the defendants, either by themselves or their agents, from taking further decisions or giving directives to extend the tenure of the state, local government and ward executives of the PDP. Justice Hambo adjourned the matter to July 19, 2024 for the motion on notice. The Victor Okojombo-led River State House of Assembly has passed a resolution that public toilet facilities be constructed across the 23 local government areas as a way of curbing open defecation in the state. They also advocated for regular monitoring, evaluation and active participation of relevant ministries and stakeholders in the fight against open defecation. The resolution is sequel to a motion presented by Adolphus Timothy yesterday on the floor of the House. Adolphus, while presenting the motion, prayed the House to direct the Ministry of Health and Environment to work collaboratively in order to develop a comprehensive action plan to eradicate open defecation in the state. Okojombo, who amended some of the prayers, called on traditional council leaders, private organizations and non-governmental organizations to support the speedy implementation of the action plan on open defecation. The River State Vocational and Technical Training Institute Bill 2023 also passed its first reading on the floor of the House. Some Port Harcourt residents have criticized the federal government for being insincere following the announcement of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) that the Port Harcourt refinery will commence operations in early August. Speaking with Today FM's Treasure Onwodu, the residents referenced the numerous dates previously given by NNPCL for the refinery's commencement, which never materialized. They argued that the latest announcement by NNPCL has further increased the price of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, and expressed frustration with the government's repeated delays. However, another resident noted that work is ongoing at the refinery site and expressed optimism that the project will be completed, as people in the area are reportedly pleased with the progress.
I worked there by myself last week and I saw all of them. They are working. Even people indigenous of Eleme, they are always, they are happy with federal government because they are working here.
Dangote, we don't manage to finish in refinery. We are in the buy fuel. Dangote is importing his crude from US, not from here. There's no crude because already if his crude come after refining, that is when he will have something to sell.
That is the situation. Our leaders, they are not sincere to us. They are not telling us the truth. That project, since they came and said that, okay, you start operations and we start using fuel, and the consumers will buy it at a lower price. Since last year till now, nothing has been done.
The Ngwato, Nokwere and Ipo Council of Oha and Chiefs has addressed a purported dissolution of the current Airport Landlords Association executive by a group led by Simon Onyebule, Oha Matthew Wosu, Oha Chima Ndatigi, and others. The council clarified that Onyebule, who convened the meeting, is not a full member of the Ngwato Council of Oha and Chiefs, with his membership application still pending ratification. The council stated that the legitimate leadership includes Oha Joshua Elechi for Omagwa and Eze Gibson Odigwe for Ipo Community, who are responsible for receiving family nominations, conducting elections, inaugurating executives, and supervising the Airport Landlords Association. The council urged the public and relevant authorities to disregard the dissolution claims, affirming that the tenure of the Bennett Madukwe-led executive will expire on June 28, 2026. This position was contained in a statement signed by Oha Joshua Elechi, Eze Gibson Odigwe, Chief Samuel Wawara, Oha Daniel Worusa, Chief Samuel Wonuma, Oha Stephen Oparanta, and Chief Samuel Amadi. The Bo Kabari Ogoni Forum of Ogoni Elders and Leaders and other leaders of Ogoni have commended President Bola Tinubu for heeding the call to reinstate Professor Nenibari Nizabe as project coordinator of the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP. The Bo Kabari Ogoni stated that by this act, the president has not only demonstrated his commitment to democracy, but also averted a potential crisis of unpredictable magnitude in Ogoni and the Niger Delta. The group appealed to President Tinubu to also address other anomalies in HYPREP that have hindered the remediation project. In a statement jointly signed by the chairman, Mike Ba, and the General Secretary, Professor Alubabari Mbete, on behalf of themselves and the people of Ogoni, the Ogoni group further congratulated Professor Zabi on his reinstatement and urged him to remain committed to achieving the core mandates of HYPREP. They thanked the people of Ogoni, especially the Movement for the Survival of Ogoni People, MOSOP, various youth and advocacy groups, and women for remaining civil and peaceful in their demand for equity, fairness, and justice. The director of Institute for Distance Learning Program, Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Professor Kunteyi Tria, says the essence of the program is to provide alternative learning opportunities for applicants that usually miss admission chances in conventional universities. Professor Tria stated this in a chat with Today FM's Magnus Wawa, noting that the reason the National Universities Commission rolled out the program in tertiary institutions is to reduce applicant suffering and disappointment occasioned by the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB. He noted that the program is basically run online and can be easily accessed at homes, offices, and other convenient places, stressing that the institute is out to promote and develop education in the society.
It's become the policy of the NUC, National Universities Commission, to see other means of providing learning opportunities to our population. And by distance learning, people don't have to be in the classroom. They can be in their offices, they can be in their markets, they can be anywhere and log into the virtual classroom online platform and learn. Except for exams, everybody comes together. So that takes care of all the constraints of a physical space and the limitations, the constraints put into capacity. We have started with one program, economics, and the National Universities Commission would have you do one program, start with one program. If you do well, then they approve for that program. So
you're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. The federal government has predicted that 94 towns are at risk of a 5-day flooding beginning Tuesday, July 16 and ending on July 20, 2024. The Minister of State of Environment, Isiaq Salako, disclosed this to newsmen. Salako said the identified locations and their environs would likely witness heavy rainfall that may lead to flood within the prediction period. He listed towns in River State including Port Harcourt, One, Okrika and Buri, amongst other states. Salako, however, urged stakeholders in the country to mitigate the flooding. On whether the Cameroonian government had notified the ministry of when it would open floodgates of the Lagdo Dam, the minister stated that it was the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation that managed dams. Meanwhile, the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has warned of major floods in certain local government areas of River State, making this known in Port Harcourt during a workshop tagged Downscaling of Flood, Early Warning Strategies for Early Actions. The director in charge of risk reduction at NEMA, Godwin Capiko, canvassed support from the local government authorities to mitigate the effects of the flood. On his part, the zonal director of the agency, Babatunde Adebi, said that 13 local government areas have been identified and the agency is working to prepare them for the coming flood. Some of the high-risk LGAs identified include Ogba, Egbemandoni, Degema and Ahoda East and West amongst others. The Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency in the year 2024 annual flood outlook predicted that 31 states with 148 local government areas are to be within the high flood risk areas, while 35 states, including FCT, with 249 LGAs are considered to fall within the moderate flood risk areas, and the remaining 377 LGAs are forecasted for the low flood risk areas. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has issued a warning about the increasing number of yellow fever cases in the country, coinciding with the ongoing cholera outbreak that has affected nearly all states. Dr. Jide Idris, the Director General of the NCDC, issued the warning at a media conference in Abuja. Idris said that since June, the NCDC has been actively managing a cholera outbreak that has spread across 34 states and the Federal Capital Territory, impacting 187 local government areas. According to him, as of July 15, Nigeria has recorded 3,623 suspected cholera cases and 102.8%. He said that there was a slight decline in reported cases and fatalities in the past week, attributing the improvement to ongoing national and state level efforts. But he cautioned that the peak of the rainy season, which typically exacerbates cholera outbreaks, was still ahead. Moving on to the foreign scene, protection for Donald Trump was boosted several weeks ago after U.S. authorities learned of an Iranian plot to kill him, according to national security officials. Officials say there is no known connection between the alleged Iranian plot and the assassination attempt on the former president on Saturday in Pennsylvania. However, the disclosure that security had been tightened raises further questions over how 20-year-old Thomas Crooks was able to climb a building and get close enough to fire at Trump. The U.S. Secret Service and the Trump campaign were notified of the Iranian threat, and security was increased as a result, according to a U.S. national security official. The Iranian mission at the United Nations called the report unsubstantiated and malicious, adding that Trump was a criminal who must be prosecuted and punished in a court of law. Elsewhere, police say 6 people who died in a luxury hotel suite in Thailand were poisoned by drinks laced with cyanide. Police suspect that one of the dead was behind the poisoning and was driven by crushing debt. The 6 deceased were found dead by housekeepers at the Grand Hyatt Erawan Hotel in the Thai capital, Bangkok, yesterday. Investigators believe they had been dead for 24 hours by then. Authorities said 2 of the 6 had loaned tens of millions of Thai baht to another of the deceased for investment purposes. 10 million baht is worth nearly $280,000. Confusion and mystery had earlier surrounded the discovery of the dead bodies, with local reports reports initially suggesting there had been a shooting. Police later dismissed these reports. In sports, Chelsea have begun disciplinary proceedings against midfielder Enzo Fernandez after he posted a video on social media that the French Football Federation said included an alleged racist and discriminatory chant. Yesterday, the FFF said it would file a complaint to world governing body FIFA over the video featuring a song sung by some of the Argentina squad about France's black players. Fernandez's Chelsea teammate Wesley Fofana, who has one cap for France, posted an image of the video on Instagram describing it as uninhibited racism. Fernandez said he is truly sorry for the video he posted as Argentina celebrated winning the Copa America. FIFA is also investigating the video in which several members of the Argentina squad take part in a song originally sung by Argentina fans, questioning the heritage of France's black and mixed race players. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Port Harcourt residents have criticized the federal government over its insincerity in the commencement date of the Port Harcourt refinery. You heard that NEMA has warned of major floods in some local governments in Rivers State. And on the foreign scene, we told you that the U.S. National Security Service has increased protection for Donald Trump over an alleged assassination plot by Iran. That was the news. It's edited by Ifunaya Obemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good afternoon. Many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Please listen to this paid infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine there, we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas sabi boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices where near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of 3 types that can afflict men. But of these 3, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough hair where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and prefer solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you all.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country health care system. Quantliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Search for your next dial.
Hello, join us Fridays 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
A huge tropical storm with winds up to 150 miles an hour has slammed its way through the Caribbean this week, smashing through St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and St. Lucia. And now it's hitting Jamaica. The storm has been named Hurricane Beryl, and it's the first storm of this year's hurricane season, which the weather agency, NOAA, says is shaping up to be pretty extraordinary. They also said we could see up to 7 major hurricanes in the North Atlantic. Hurricanes form every year from June to November with varying degrees of severity. There's also typhoons, cyclones and storms that rip through countries. You'll have heard of some of them, Katrina and Sandy perhaps. But you might be wondering the same thing as me. How are they named and what's the difference between hurricanes, typhoons and tropical storms? So in today's podcast, we're going to try and decipher all of it and find out. I'm Alex Rhodes and this is What in the World from the BBC World Service. Let's get some details on all things stormy with Esme Stallard, a climate and science journalist at the BBC. Hello, Esme.
Hi there.
So, hurricanes, typhoons, tropical cyclones, what is the difference?
Tropical cyclones are sort of the catch-all term, so it basically describes very generically this system of clouds that is rotating, often over tropical waters and at quite a low level. Now, what's the difference between a hurricane and a typhoon? Well, it basically denotes how strong it is and over what region. So hurricane and typhoons, they have particularly strong winds, so over 74 miles per hour. And we get hurricanes over the North Atlantic and North Pacific, whereas typhoons occur over Northwest Pacific Ocean. Now, sometimes you do also get these storms in the Indian Ocean, and they're just kind of referred to as tropical cyclones. So in general, if you just want to use a catch-all term, use tropical cyclone.
So generally, if you found yourself in one of these, you wouldn't notice much of a difference between the types.
Exactly. It's more about the location rather than anything specific to do with their qualities. Exactly.
Now, I read that they occur in certain places often where the sea is a certain temperature, so quite warm, but they can't cross the equator. So if one's in the sort of southern hemisphere, even if it's very close to the equator, it can't kind of blow across into the north. Is that true?
Yes and no. So we know that in order for these storms to occur, so they're rotating, aren't they? They need to occur about 300 miles from the equator. And the reason for that is because our Earth is spinning at different speeds depending on where you are, so the pole versus the equator, there's no movement occurring at the equator, so you need that kind of spin to happen, so it can't be occurring at the equator. Now, technically, as it starts spinning and it speeds up, it could technically have enough force to kind of cross the equator and overrun what we call the Coriolis effect, which is that thing that's making it spin. Now, it's kind of unlikely to happen, so we haven't actually had any occurring, but in theory, if it formed strongly enough and its path meant that it tracked over the equator, it could potentially carry on. And why that would be really interesting? Well, depending on which side of the equator you are, things spin in different directions. So storms that are north of the equator spin counterclockwise, and if they're south of the equator, they spin clockwise. So it would be quite interesting to see potentially what would happen. But we've had none so far as I can see in the literature.
What sort of ingredients do you need to make a hurricane or a typhoon?
Well, we've touched on a couple of them. So you mentioned there warmth. So warm oceans is absolutely crucial for these storms. So what we need fairly deep ocean and warm water. And what that is doing is it's heating the air above the ocean, creating the air moving upwards. And it's that initial movement, which is really important. But there are other things as well, which are crucial. So I mentioned spin there, it has to start occurring not at the equator, though you're not going to get that spinning that you need. But there's another couple of things that is important for as well. So they're quite rare because you need all these different factors. And the other two are humidity. So you need moisture in what we call the troposphere, the middle level of our atmosphere. And the reason we need that is because if dry air enters the storm, it can kind of kill it off. So we need moisture to keep kind of percolating through. And the other one is something called wind shear, which basically just means movement of wind. So you don't want a strong wind cutting across the hurricane or the typhoon and basically stopping it in its tracks. The only way I kind of thought to describe it is if someone's pushing you on a swing and you're getting that momentum and then someone suddenly shoves you the other way, it kind of removes all of that energy, doesn't it? So you need those 4 types of conditions for it to really happen and to kind of get these hurricanes or these typhoons.
And they often, talk about this is a category 5 storm and that's the most severe type. What's sort of the difference between the categories? Is it just wind speed and severity?
Yeah, so wind speed is a big part of it. So it's something called the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. But yeah, there's 5 categories. So 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. So as I mentioned before, it have to have winds of 74 miles an hour before it's classed as a hurricane. Before then, it's just a tropical storm. And it goes all the way up to Category 5 when you're getting wind speeds of more than 156 miles per hour, which is just incredibly strong and fast. Now, anything that falls between 3 and 5 is considered to be a major hurricane. And that's often when there are evacuation plans in place. But of course, the impact or the damage from those different category hurricanes does also depend on your preparedness for that. So islands, particularly in the Caribbean, like Haiti, that have suffered, multiple natural disasters from the earthquake to hurricanes and to now political unrest, they potentially aren't prepared in the same way than, say, Florida is. So even though they might have a low category storm hit them, they could still see the damage that, say, a Category 5 would hit in a more well-prepared place. So it's kind of an indicator for how to prepare, but it doesn't necessarily reflect the full damage you might see. It depends on how adapted you are to these hurricanes.
We've been talking about Hurricane Beryl. Obviously, the names sometimes. I mean, Beryl sounds like a name for a nice old lady. How do they come up with these things?
Yeah, so for hurricanes, the World Meteorological Organization basically kind of controls it. They have a list of 6 different lists, and basically they alternate between men's and women's names in alphabetical order, but only 21, so there's no name for, say, Q, and that's because you have to have, if you think about it, 3 men and 3 women's names beginning with Q, which I don't think exists. Maybe it does. Feel free
Quincy,
to correct me.
Quentin. That's all I can think of. Yeah, I see.
Okay.
I see your point.
Well,
I see your point. Yeah, we got pretty close.
But yeah, they rotate through those, so one every year, unless of course you have more than 21, in which case that happened a few years ago, and we go onto the Greek alphabet. Some of those names actually get retired, and what that means is they aren't used again, and that's particularly the case where they're very severe storms, like Hurricane Katrina, for example, and that's for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's the ease of reference in the literature. You don't want multiple storms being referred to that are particularly severe and might be covered quite a lot, but also out of respect for victims and people that may have been killed in those hurricanes, they retire that name.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how they name it at the moment.
I think I know the answer to this one already, but climate change, is this making hurricanes worse and tropical storms worse?
So I think there's 2 elements, right? Are they occurring more frequently and are they more severe? On the frequent end, it's less clear, but on the severe end, it definitely seems like we are likely to get more severe hurricanes. We definitely know that our oceans are heating up. Our oceans absorb a huge amount of the heat that is increasing around the world. And we also know that because of warmer air and warmer oceans from climate change, we're also getting more moisture in it. So technically, those 2 things are likely to increase. So we would expect that we are going to get more severe hurricanes. For this one in particular, Hurricane Beryl, that's occurring this week across the Caribbean and expected to hit Mexico, it seems very early in the season. It seems specifically very large for this early in the season, and also it's scaled up very quickly. So that what that means is it's moved very quickly from a tropical storm to a hurricane Category 5. So they all seem quite unusual, but of course with climate change it's really important to track patterns and observe what we're seeing with the weather data rather than trying to link to one specific event.
Esme, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is a bit of a crash course on tropical storms, what they are, how they work, and why they're getting more intense. They're pretty awe-inspiring, but as we know, they can be incredibly dangerous. We might not be able to stop them, but we are getting better at predicting them and warning people in their path to prepare themselves. This is What in the World from the BBC World Service. I'm Alex Rhodes, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
For an hourly update of global events, listen to The World in 2 minutes on the BBC World Service app, where you can stay up to date with your favourite BBC programmes and podcasts.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
Jojo, my baby Jojo, my baby Jojo, Jojo. One time did it goes about the 2 person wave on you. Another one to try lose you, try him no bunny. I know if you tire for you, but I like say I know do. Suddenly man I calm down, man down for only you, yeah. Many man they try to whine you. I don't really mind, they just they whiny. Many guys they try to whine me. Baby no go whine them, just be whiny. Many man they try to whine you. I don't really mind, they just they whiny. Many guys they try to whine me. Baby, no go mind them, just they whiny. So me say, ciao, Jawa. Look into my eyes, oh baby, Jawa. Will you be my wife, oh baby, Jawa, baby? Oh yeah, raga for me, Jawa, Jawa. Look into my eyes, oh baby, Jawa. Will you be my wife, oh baby, Jawa, baby? Jawa, my baby, Jawa, my baby, Jawa, Jawa. Amina Zomana, answer me your chasing now. It be like you be my destiny now. This kind of love, you know, they similar. Amina Mutumia, Mola Ekon, Botemina. No, me Orika Kirima. So money, get baby, speak to me now. Many man, they try to whine you. I don't really mind, they just they whine. Oh, many guys, you try to whine me. Baby, no go mind them, just they whine me. Many man, they try to whine you. I don't really mind, they just they whine. Oh, many man, you try to whine me. Baby, no go mind them, just they whine me. So me say, ciao, Jawa. Look into my eyes, oh baby, Jawa. Will you be my wife, oh baby, Jawa, baby? Oh yeah, raga for me, Jawa, Jawa. Look into my eyes, oh baby, Jawa. Will you be my wife, oh baby, Jawa, baby? Oh yeah, raga for me, Jawa. My baby, Jawa, my baby, Jawa, Jawa. Jawa, my baby, Jawa, my baby, Jawa, Jawa.
Boy, take it easy on the beat.
If I say them go love me, now my mama now him bath me. Them is excuse they slap me. Same people when I turn they go yab me. Alright, tell me where then they run all the hustle how they try sustain. Every Saturday, from Ilaja down to Costain. I beg, no carry my blessing run. Today now you, tomorrow fi be my turn. Show me love, now go show me python. We be the same for Oluwa Kingdom. So me say, celebrate me. Now when I day alive, appreciate me. Now when I day alive, don't be say when I live this life, you go the fake I'm for my wife. Celebrate me. Now when I day alive, appreciate me. Now when I day alive, don't be say when I live this life, you go the fake I'm for my back. Elema for it, you be big name. If I OD, you be big name. Awari shit, you be big name. My brother Young Dot, you be big name. Oyama Abi, you done, big name. First in Sagila, big name. Ejelewan, you be big name. Obi Kubana, you be big name. Ato Eze, you be big name. Ben Peters, you be big name. Tom Polo, you be big name. Ochacho, Ebelebe, you be big name. Okonjo, Iweala, you be big name. Larry Gaga, one name, you be big name. Oluwa, make me a big name. Make I put all my enemies in big shame. So me say, celebrate me. Now when I day alive, appreciate me. Now when I day alive, don't be say when I live this life, you go then fake I'm for my wife. Celebrate me. Now when I day alive, appreciate me. Now when I day alive, don't be say when I live this life, you go then fake I'm for my back. Give me, waiting I deserve. If I supposed to no put me for reserve. No go wait till I buy. Before you give me mid pie, Kadenuga, you be big name. Lucky Gardens, you be big name. Kabiesi, Elegushi, you be big name. Obafemi Martins, you be big name. Dami Oloyo, you be big name. Ibrahim Mahama, you be big name. Sledge for Ghana, you be big name. Spoy Chukudi, you be big name. Chief Ikuku, you be big name. NASA Research, you be big name. Alfred Emile, you be big name. Charlie Akroka, you be big name. Big Lam CP, big name. Imabagi, Billy Boom, you be big name. Afusho Vera, you be big name. Asura Lanka, you be big name. Oluwa, please celebrate me. Now when I day alive, appreciate me. Now when I day alive, don't be say when I live this life, you gonna fake me for my wife. Celebrate me. Now when I day alive, appreciate me. Now when I day alive, don't be say when I live this life, you gonna fake me for my back. Gemstone still the boss, you don't know. What is that?
No matter the matter, RTID. Come on. Suffer for work, enjoy for heaven. This thing they happen to anyone. I come from nothing, enter many things, but this thing they happen to anyone. Yeah. I live the life that I love the life that I live. Tomorrow is not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air, where face mask. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die.